Chapter 1084. Under everyone's attentive gazes, just as the billowing waves of flames were about to reach Du Xiaofu moved. Golden light suddenly shone from his clear eyes, and golden talisman patterns were faintly flickering on his skin. In that instant, an incomparably domineering aura suddenly emanated from his tall and straight body. His purple robes fluttered in the wind, domineering and disdainful. Boom! The space trembled. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's terrifying aura was like that of a peerless, ferocious beast. His figure swept out and soared into the sky. Suddenly, a golden fist condensed in his hand and smashed down on the huge, flaming giant with a domineering and disdainful aura. Wherever this golden fist passed, the space started to distort from the fist and instantly cracked and exploded. The terrifying golden energy turned into ripples of energy and talisman patterns, as if a golden wave had suddenly swept out in the air. The formless, domineering aura shook the space and caused the space to ripple endlessly. Between heaven and earth, it was as if there was endless thunder. Roar! This fist was accompanied by a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. The surrounding space rumbled as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The entire space shook violently. Under the astonished gazes of the numerous people in the surroundings of the mottled square with their mouths agape, the two terrifying figures collided fiercely with each other like meteors. Boom! At that moment, a huge explosion of energy resounded throughout the entire Thunder Roll Mountain. Golden light shone brightly as raging flames swept out. It was as if the wrath of a demon god had swept out and the wrath of a fire god had spread out. The terrifying commotion caused people's hearts to tremble uncontrollably. After the loud explosion, the collision of energy swept out like a volcanic eruption, and the light was incomparably dazzling. The two waves of energy each released their own terrifying might, and a large area of space was destroyed. The energy spread out and suddenly spread out in a horizontal line in the sky. The dissipating faint red flames and golden light were like two young gods colliding. Li Yan Wushang has lost. He's no match for Du Xiaofu. The Permitha, revered martial artist, Du Xiaofu is even stronger. That punch of his is too terrifying. Every move of his contains his own fist Dao. Du Xiaofu has actually reached that level. Li Yan Wushang's defeat was not unjust. As Du Xiaofu punched out, many of the top experts in the formation were stunned. Then, many of them looked surprised and sighed. They already knew the result. He won. That brat is indeed stronger. Within the ancient Heaven Sex formation, the Golden Peng Supreme expert smiled. His wide golden robes fluttered about, and his pupils fluctuated with golden light, making him look like an overlord. That punch contained a type of tyrannical fist Dao. With the cultivation of a nirvana, revered martial artist, and that terrifying physical strength that had long since surpassed those of the same level of cultivation, it was enough to easily destroy Li Yan Wushang. Purple Sky, Sovereign's eyes trembled. He couldn't help but feel excited. He already knew the result. Ka. In the void, Li Yan Wushang's huge body of flames was destroyed. Du Xiaofu's punch was like a golden black hole that could devour and destroy everything. The tyrannical fist, Dao, contained in it destroyed his will. Puchi! With blood spurting out from his mouth, Li Yan Wushang's body fell heavily onto the mottled square. The impact caused the square to tremble continuously. Looking at this scene, everyone lost their color. Everyone's heart was shaken. That demon king, Du Xiaofu, was too strong. With just one move, the powerful Li Yan Wushang was defeated, and defeated so miserably. The confrontation in the square made everyone's heart beat wildly. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, was too strong. His tyrannical savagery was supported by absolute strength. No wonder it was rumored that even the dragons dared to provoke him. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, disappeared for a period of time. Now he has reappeared. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of the outstanding talents of the younger generation were also shocked at this moment. In front of the ancient sky sect, Elder Gu Qingyang's white robe fluttered in the wind. His ruddy face was smiling like a flower. He, the number one in Lan State, Lian Wushang, has a heavenly flame. Compared to my disciple, he's nothing. With such a disciple, what more can I ask for? Hu Songquan, Elder Cheongmingza, and the others looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and could only sigh helplessly. On the contrary, the experts and disciples of the Sacred Flame sect in Lan State all had ugly expressions on their faces in a short period of time. None of them had expected such an outcome. Everything that seemed impossible had actually become reality. The number one in the younger generation of the Sacred Flame sect, and even the number one in the entire Lan State, Lian Wushang, had once received the divine thunder body refinement. But in the end, this was the result. He's getting stronger and stronger. On a mountain peak, many people's gazes were fluctuating. A delicate and beautiful girl looked forward with a faint smile. She was Zhu Shui of the mysterious Talisman sect. As expected of Brother Xiaofu, beside the beautiful girl, there was a young man in a purple robe. At this moment, he was also very excited. He was Guoming, who had a good relationship with Du Xiaofu. Not far from Zhu Shui and Guoming, there was an extraordinary young man in a loose robe. He had a slender figure and looked to be in his mid-20s. At this moment, he was looking at Du Xiaofu in front of him with a disdainful smile. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "He's really not weak. It's a pity that I'm no longer the same as before. One day, all of this will belong to me. The number one in Lan State, but you can't even withstand a single blow. From now on, you're removed from the 13 outstanding heroes. You're not fit to be in the same group. Leave your Qinkuan bag and leave." Du Xiaofu stood in the air, looking down at Lian Wushang, who had crashed into the square. He was still as domineering as before. Hearing this, the hearts of the experts in the surroundings rippled. That purple-robed young man was truly domineering and awe-inspiring. Lian Wushang struggled to crawl up from the ground. He was still vomiting blood. With one look, it was clear that he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. He was struggling to crawl up with his last breath. Looking at the purple-robed young man in the air, Lian Wushang's eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. The strength of that young man made him feel truly terrified. "Leave your Qinkuan bag and scram. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your life," Du Xiaofu shouted without the slightest trace of politeness. His gaze was frightening and cold. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. Lian Wushang tightly bit his lips until blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was unclear whether the blood came from his mouth or from the corner of his mouth. After throwing a total of 3 Qinkuan bags to Du Xiaofu in the air, he turned around and left with hatred in his heart. Du Xiaofu caught the Qinkuan bags. With a wave of his hand, the purple-gold heavenly tower in the square was absorbed into his body under the greedy gazes of many people. Sweeping his gaze across the sea of people, Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed with a faint golden light. He opened his mouth slightly and murmured, "Father, are you in Thunder Rolling Mountain? I've come to find you. Can you see me?" Among the crowd, there was a woman on top of a mountain. She was quietly looking at the purple-robed young man in the air in the distance. The woman wore a long dress that outlined her graceful curves. However, her face was extremely mediocre. She couldn't be considered ugly, but she definitely wouldn't make people want to take a second look at her. The woman's eyes trembled and her voice trembled as she softly said, "Uncle, he's here. He's so flamboyant. He must be reminding you to go find him. That little bastard is really flamboyant. But now is not the time, not the time." Behind the woman was a drunken middle-aged man. His messy hair made it impossible to see his face clearly. He reeked of alcohol, making people not want to take a second look at him. He was taking small sips of the strong wine in his jug as if he was talking to himself. I didn't think that he would be so strong. The woman softly said. Her eyes couldn't remain calm. She looked at the purple-robed young man in the distance, with ripples in her eyes. He, of course. My son is definitely not weak. The drunken, middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the woman. Under his messy hair, one could faintly see a smile on his face. His lips were very thin, and his smile was very pure. He smiled very happily and said to the woman, What do you think? If you like him, I'll make the decision to let him marry you. What do you think? Uncle, you're making fun of me again. The woman's eyes suddenly became shy. She gave off a beautiful and charming aura. Then she stared at the drunken middle-aged man and said, I'm just worried that it's useless for you to make the decision. He won't listen to you. Moreover, he is so powerful. I'm afraid that he has already found you a daughter-in-law. You don't need to worry about him. If he dares to not listen to me, I'm his father, the drunken middle-aged man said. Then he slightly frowned and said, If he has already found a daughter-in-law and you don't mind, then you can marry them all. It'll be good for my Du family. Uncle, you. The woman helplessly looked at the drunken middle-aged man. She didn't know what to say. She really didn't know how to describe this fierce father and son. This little bastard has also awakened the thunder martial vein. Suddenly, in the drunken middle-aged man's eyes, there was a faint flash of lightning. Then, in an instant, it disappeared from his eyes. In the mottled sky, Du Xiaofu looked around. Suddenly, the thunder martial vein in his body seemed to have sensed something and started to fluctuate. Then, the fluctuation disappeared. Chapter 1085. Little bastard, you must pay the price for injuring my sect's disciples today. Just as Du Xiaofu was secretly surprised, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the front. Whoosh, whoosh! Several figures flew out from one side of the formation, and an extremely vigorous aura suddenly spread out. The two auras at the front were the most terrifying. One of them was a short and fat elder with cold eyes. Beside the short and fat old man, there was a majestic old man whose aura was even stronger than the short and fat old man's. Sovereign Gang Fist, what do you want? I'll accompany you. As the several auras surged over, Sovereign Golden Rock from the ancient Heaven sect shouted. Then he immediately flew out with Gu Qingyang and appeared beside Du Xiaofu. Sovereign Gang Fist, you dare touch my 7-star Hall's disciples. Do you believe that I won't kill every single one of your ancient Fist sect's disciples? At the same time, Purple Tianzuan shouted. His purple robe fluttered, and his figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with a strange and frightening purple light, and his long purple hair fluttered behind him. He exuded the aura of a king. People from the ancient Fist sect. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the several people who had come with ill intentions. He had already seen one of the short and fat elders. It was Fat Buddha from the ancient Fist sect. At this time, the majestic elder beside Fat Buddha had an even more vigorous aura. He was not much weaker than Purple Tianzuan and Sovereign Golden Rock. He should also be a top expert who had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. Greetings to Master, Grandmaster, and Sixth Martial Uncle. Du Xiaofu did not pay too much attention to the people from the ancient Fist sect. He then bowed to his master, Gu Qingyang, Sovereign Golden Rock, and Purple Tianzuan. No need for formalities. Don't worry, with your 6th martial uncle here, this Sovereign Gang Fist old man from the ancient Fist sect can't touch you. Purple Tianzuan said to Du Xiaofu. He did not pay too much attention to the people from the ancient Fist sect. With Grandmaster here, no one can touch you. The Honorable Golden Rock smiled as well. His eyes shone with a terrifying golden light. His aura was formless and overbearing. This was the overbearing aura of the Golden Rock. Du Xiaofu, get out here and accept your death. Today, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. Suddenly, another loud shout was heard, and a long green rainbow fell like a thunderbolt. The long rainbow converged, and then turned into an old man with long green hair who looked to be in his 70s. The old man's face was a little ferocious, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The aura on his body had imperceptibly frozen this space. Judging from his aura, this old man was clearly from the Beast clan. His aura and cultivation were definitely not below Purple Tinzuin's. That's the Green Abyss Flood Dragon, an overlord of the Beast region. He's a peak Nirvana Beast sovereign, and also the father of the Green Abyss Flood Dragon. The Green Abyss Flood Dragon had a son at an old age, but he was killed by you. He must have heard the news, so he came from the Beast region to kill you. He definitely won't let you go. My clan has some ties with him, and I was the brother of the Green Abyss Flood Dragon back then. Master, you'll have to take care of yourself. Star Swallowing transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu's ear. His figure had already hidden somewhere. Green Abyss Flood Dragon, peak Nirvana Beast Sovereign. Du Xiaofu looked at the Green Abyss Flood Dragon and secretly clicked his tongue. You killed my Heaven Blade sex disciple, so of course I won't let you go. Just as Du Xiaofu clicked his tongue, a few more figures appeared. Their auras were definitely not below those of the ancient Fist sect. Du Xiaofu glanced at them and frowned for a while. One of them was the Fire Saber Venerable of the Heaven Saber sect, whom he had met before. He was a chaotic element martial sovereign. At this moment, beside the Fire Saber Venerable was an old man with a fierce, murderous aura. He was dressed in tight clothes, and his eyes were cold. His aura was comparable to that of the venerable Golden Rock and Purple Tinzuin. He was another Nirvana martial sovereign. Heaven Saber sect. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. Not only was the Heaven Saber sect haunting him, but they had also put out a bounty on him in the Tianhuang mainland. Now that they had appeared, they would definitely not let him go easily. As a few more top experts arrived, it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Gu Qingyang, Purple Tianzuin, and the Venerable Golden Rock secretly turned serious. Heaven Saber Venerable of the Heaven Saber sect. I'm afraid his cultivation is not lower than your grandmaster's. Once you take action later, take care to protect yourself. Gu Qingyang's voice transmission also landed in Du Xiaofu's ears at the same time. In the void, Gang Fist Venerable and Fat Buddha Venerable both sneered. With the addition of a few top experts, they had the upper hand. It's going to be lively. Count me in too. My mysterious talisman sect has some ties with Du Xiaofu. If anyone dares to touch him, I'll have to join in the fun. However, just as Gang Fist Venerable and Fat Buddha Venerable sneered, two figures appeared outside the square. An old man with a ruddy complexion walked over slowly. His eyes were bright, and there was a soul-stirring aura around him. Beside the ruddy old man, there was another old man in a cape. Although his aura was weaker, it was similar to that of Gu Qingyang, someone from the mysterious talisman sect. Du Xiaofu's gaze followed the direction where the two experts had come from, before he saw a delicate and pretty lady with a smile on her face. She was Zhu Shui from the mysterious talisman sect. Without guessing, Du Xiaofu knew that the mysterious talisman sect had come to help because of Zhu Shui. Old man Ling Fu, why are you here? Venerable Golden Rock was a little surprised to see the ruddy old man from the mysterious talisman sect. Although the mysterious talisman sect and the ancient heaven sect had always been on good terms, there was no need for them to help at this time. I'm here to stretch my body. After not seeing you for so many years, you still look so young. It seems that you're about to step into the domain realm. Venerable Spirit Talisman looked at Venerable Golden Rock as if they were old acquaintances. Greetings, seniors. Du Xiaofu was very tactful. He knew that the two experts from the mysterious talisman sect had come to help him, so he stepped forward and bowed. Haha, you don't have to be so courteous. You've saved my face. Venerable Spirit Talisman looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. indicating that there was no need for him to be courteous. The other expert from the mysterious talisman sect also nodded and smiled at Du Xiaofu. He did not speak, but he did not show any signs of arrogance. Instead, his eyes were filled with admiration for Du Xiaofu. Venerable Golden Rock, Gu Qingyang, and Amethyst Venerable looked at each other. They could see that Venerable Spirit Talisman had not come for the Ancient Heaven Sect or the Seven-Star Hall, but for Du Xiaofu. After Du Xiaofu bowed, he looked around. At this moment, there seemed to be not much difference between the two sides. The Heaven Saber Sect and the Ancient Fist Sect had the Fire Saber Venerable and Gang Fist Venerable, two Nirvana Martial Venerables, together with the Green Hellish Flood Dragon and the Nirvana Martial Venerable. There were 3 top experts. However, Amethyst Venerable, Venerable Golden Rock, and Venerable Spirit Talisman of the Mysterious Talisman Sect were not inferior to the Fire Saber Venerable. The Heaven Saber Sect had the Fire Saber Venerable. The Ancient Fist Sect had the Fat Buddha Venerable. But the Mysterious Talisman Sect had another expert, Gu Qingyang. They were not at a disadvantage at all. Kill Saber, Gang Fist. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Venerable Golden Rock was still overbearing. His golden robe fluttered, and he looked like he was about to fight. On the other hand, the Kill Saber Venerable and Gang Fist Venerable were still a little hesitant. Once they fought, the consequences would be out of their control. The Divine Thunder Mansion had not appeared yet. If they fought, they would undoubtedly let others take advantage of them. Most importantly, they knew that they would not be able to gain any advantage at this moment. Humph, you killed my son, extracted my son's dragon tendons and bones, and ate his flesh and blood. Such hatred is irreconcilable. The Green Abyss Flood Dragon roared. He had no scruples. There were no disciples here, and he was not here to fight for the Divine Thunder Mansion. The Green Abyss Flood Dragon came to the Tianhuang mainland to avenge his son. How could he let go of the human who killed his son and skinned him? So what? Green Abyss Flood Dragon, if you want to fight, I'll keep you company. I'm not afraid of you. Amethyst Venerable shouted without backing down. His purple robe fluttered and his king's chi surged. He was not inferior to the Green Abyss Flood Dragon at all. Boom! Suddenly, just as Zi Tianzuan shouted, behind the mottled square, behind the mountain peaks that had been cut off, a bolt of lightning suddenly rose. Electric arcs spread out, bringing with them a faintly discernible mist. Then, a roar that shook the earth and mountains seemed to burst out from the ground. Cracks appeared under the feet of countless figures in the surroundings, and electric arcs shuttled back and forth on the ground. The entire thunder rolling mountain was rumbling and trembling. An ancient aura of destruction filled the sky. At this moment, the entire thunder rolling mountain was like a thunder god that was about to wake up from a deep slumber. Electric arcs overflowed everywhere. Boom! Thunder clouds suddenly gathered high up in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, causing people's ears to ring. Wind and clouds surged in the surrounding sky. Then the sky darkened. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and their gazes immediately turned to the front. There's movement again, and it's getting more and more frequent. The Divine Thunder Mansion must have appeared in the world. The Divine Thunder Mansion must be in the thunder-rolling mountain. Many elders around looked forward. Their eyes were focused and their bodies were trembling. They were extremely nervous. In the sky above, there were many obscure auras that peeked in from all directions. Chapter 1086. Behind the broken peaks, electric arcs raged and a terrifying aura rippled. However, it gradually disappeared. Looks like the Divine Thunder Mansion is about to appear. There must be the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei in the Divine Thunder Mansion. I wonder who will get the opportunity in the end. A burly man said. His voice was not soft, and many people could hear him clearly. Get ready. The Divine Thunder Mansion is the most important. The elders of the sects immediately ordered their disciples to make preparations so that they could fight for the huge opportunity. Back then, Jinlei Tensei was so powerful that could be said that he looked down on the past and present and shook the world. If they could get his inheritance, they would be able to soar into the sky and shake the vast land. Around the mottled square, countless figures got ready. Most of the people looked away from Du Xiaofu, Venerable Golden Rock, Venerable Zi Tianzuan, and Green Abyss Flood Dragon. In comparison, no matter how exciting the scene was, it was not as important as the divine Thunder Mansion. Roars of the beast race could be heard from afar. Some of the beast race were also getting ready. The aura of the human forces surged. Some of them even had runes on their bodies. They stood densely, ready to rush forward to fight for the treasure of the divine Thunder Mansion. On the mottled square, Venerable Killer Saber and Venerable Gang Fist were in an awkward situation. If they fought, they were not confident that they could kill Du Xiaofu under the obstruction of Venerable Golden Rock, Venerable Zi Tianzuan, and Elder Ling Fu as the divine Thunder Mansion was about to open. However, if they did not fight, they would not be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. The Green Abyss Flood Dragon's eyes were gloomy and murderous. However, he was not a reckless person. Facing the three experts, Reverend Golden Rock, Purple Sky Master, and Old Man Ling Fu, if the humans from the Ancient Fist sect and the Heaven Blade sect left, he would be the unlucky one. Green Abyss Flood Dragon would not believe that the humans had become allies. Moreover, they just happened to be together and had not become allies yet. Whoosh! In the sky, a lot of spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared. Blazing heat waves rolled over and over. For huge creatures flapped their wings and flew over. Their bodies were wrapped in rolling flames. Everywhere they passed, white smoke spread out. Blazing heat engulfed the earth. Is it the blazing Fire Yuan and the Phoenix clan? Du Xiaofu raised his head. The blazing behemoth looked like a bird, yet it wasn't. It was like a phoenix, and its entire body was crimson red. This made Du Xiaofu slightly surprised. The behemoth was the raging flame Yuan that he had seen in the heavenly wasteland city. It was a terrifying existence on the heavenly beast list, and had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. The four behemoths flapped their wings a few times and appeared in the sky above the crowd. They didn't stop at all as they pulled a phoenix carriage and flew through the air. The phoenix carriage was completely inscribed with talisman markings and had an ancient aura. It flickered with 7 colored lights, and a beautiful woman could faintly be seen sitting upright within it. Could it be that Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan? Du Xiaofu curiously looked at the sky. He had heard from Dongli Qingqing that a member of the Phoenix clan who could ride a blazing Fire Yuan as a mount must have an extremely high status in the clan. It was said that Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan was among the 13 mystical heroes. Du Xiaofu guessed that the one inside the Phoenix carriage must be Huang Linger. She should also be here for the divine Thunder Mansion. As the Phoenix carriage passed by, many people with powerful auras appeared in the sky behind it. At least half of them had the aura of a human. There were also a few humans with extremely powerful auras. Although they couldn't be compared to the level of the yellow-striped, heaven-shaking tiger, they weren't far off. They were much stronger than Li Yan Wushang, who Du Xiaofu had just defeated in one move. Ding! When the Phoenix carriage stopped in the air, the rainbow-colored ornaments on the curtain made a crisp sound. Then the figure of a woman flew out and floated in the air. Her appearance was dazzling. What a beautiful woman! She looked to be around 23 or 24 years old with a graceful figure. The woman's jet-black hair was tied up in a princess bun. There was a rainbow-colored hairpin in the bun with a few strands of tassels hanging down. Her soft skin was like snow. Her face was glossy. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her eyebrows were like ink paintings. She looked so refined that she didn't have the slightest trace of the mortal world. She wore a red, pleated skirt with floral patterns, revealing her snow-white breasts. The skirt only covered her knees, and she wore a pair of rainbow-colored stockings on her calves, making her long and slender legs seem even taller. A rainbow-colored belt also wrapped around her waist, making her slender waist look even more slender, making her breasts even more plump and full. The woman only appeared and stood quietly in front of the carriage. She appeared so dignified and noble, untainted by even a speck of dust. She was indescribably ethereal and elegant. What a beautiful woman! Following the appearance of this woman, many extraordinary women in the surrounding mountains were secretly ashamed of their inferiority. They were overshadowed by her. Too beautiful. The heavily injured Lin Weiqi had already retreated to the 7-star Hall's lineup. Looking at the woman who appeared at this moment, she, who had always been rather confident in her beauty, couldn't help but feel a little envious at this moment. Compared to that woman, she knew that she was inferior. Huang Linger is here. After a short moment of daze, there were many shocked and trembling voices. The woman was Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan. She had long made a name for herself in battle on Tianhuang mainland. She had always been recognized as the top of the 13 divine heroes along with the dragons, Dragon 9. It really is Huang Linger. She's quite beautiful. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly as he probed with his mind. However, he found that Huang Linger's aura was unfathomable. It was like a blazing deep hole that was bottomless and impossible to see through. Huang Linger appeared. Everything around her seemed to have nothing to do with her at this moment. She just quietly looked at the trembling mountains in front of her. Her scarlet, 7-colored eyes seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes moved. He felt Du Xiaoyao's aura in his body. Roar! In the distance, there was a faint roar in the air. It was getting closer and closer, causing the mountains to tremble. Du Xiaofu's face suddenly darkened, as if he had sensed something. Roar! At this moment, countless beastly roars came from the mountains in all directions. Thousands of beasts were hibernating. Ferocious birds were prostrating, and many meridian souls in the sky were also trembling. Swoosh, swoosh! Numerous gazes turned to look behind them. Many of them had already sensed a supreme being aura spreading out from behind them. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the mountains trembled. A golden light surged out behind them. It was like a phantom of a 5-finger mountain. Every time it appeared, it would disappear into thin air again. Where do you think you're going? In the sky behind, there were loud roars. There were no less than 20 figures in the sky, erupting with a terrifying aura. They were chasing after something at lightning speed, freezing the void. It was very terrifying. There was no lack of absolutely powerful experts. Go after them, don't let them go. Loud roars continued to come from the sky behind them, resounding through the clouds like thunder. Then an extremely huge and dazzling carriage rolled over. It was pulled by 4 ferocious and terrifying strange beasts. The strange beasts were dozens of feet tall. They had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Their bodies were covered in snow-white scales, and runes covered their bodies. That was the white-scale draconic horse. It was rumored that it was the offspring of the ancient horse race and dragons. On the dazzling carriage, there was a young man of 23 or 24 years old riding on the horse. He was dressed in battle clothes, and his eyes were like the most dazzling stars. He was looking forward and shouted loudly. His aura was majestic, and his appearance was handsome like a jade carving. White-scale draconic horse, Dragon 9. When he saw the carriage and the young man, Du Xiaofu's eyes sank to the extreme. Rumble. Golden light flashed, and there was a phantom of a 5-fingered mountain. The golden light surged out, causing the mountains in all directions to tremble and resonate. The earth shook and the mountains shook, and then it disappeared again. Go after them. The 20 figures soared into the sky. Like Huang Ling, or of the Phoenix clan, they ignored all the forces and experts above the Kyushu. They were even more arrogant than Huang Ling, and the others. More than 20 figures soared into the sky and exploded with their aura, causing a huge commotion in the crowd below. Rumble. On the mottled square, golden light suddenly burst out. A golden talisman pattern surged out and turned into a 5-fingered mountain. Wrapped in the golden light, several figures appeared on the mottled square. There were a total of 4 figures. They were Du Shaoqing, Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, and Little Tiger. Puff, puff! As the 4 of them appeared, they all spat out blood. Especially Little Tiger. His injuries seemed to be the most serious. His black clothes were stained with blood, and his aura was weak. The golden light of the 5-fingered mountain faded, and then it turned into a golden monkey the size of a baby. Its eyes were like natural spiritual eyes. It was Du Xiaoyao. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao's aura was also extremely weak. She looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in midair, and immediately transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu. We encountered the puppets of the dragons. After a big battle, we were entangled. Later, Dragon 9 arrived and personally attacked with a few strong guys. We are all injured, and Little Tiger's injuries are the most serious. Rumble. At the same time, before Du Xiaoyao's voice fell, among the 20 figures in front of them, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the strongest had already appeared on the mottled square. His cultivation was at the absolute peak of the martial honorable realm. He did not even care about Purple Sky Sovereign, Venerable Golden Rock, and the others. Where do you think you're going? With a loud roar, runes burst out from the man's body, causing the surrounding space to ripple to the sky. It was like waves after waves. Stepping on the void, he immediately pounced on Little Tiger, who was severely injured. A claw mark distorted the space, as if he wanted to capture Little Tiger alive. With the former's cultivation and Little Tiger's current strength, it was impossible for them to break free from the claw that distorted space. Chapter 1087. This burly man was Dragon 9's battle servant. As a battle servant, he had submitted to Dragon 9 and had also benefited greatly from Dragon 9. The terrifying claw print spread out and enveloped the Little Tiger. At this moment, this burly man was not even afraid of the top experts around him. This was because he was Dragon 9's battle servant, and Dragon 9 was a pure-blooded cub with a true bloodline of dragons, a true descendant of the true dragon. Above Kyushu, who would dare to touch the cub of dragons, the descendant of the true dragon? Therefore he was fearless. No one would dare to touch him. The entire dragons were his protection, enough to allow him to move unhindered above Kyushu. What a powerful battle servant! His strength is not ordinary. Many people around them were stunned. The middle-aged battle servant was very strong. Some experts could see that although the battle servant had just broken through to martial venerable realm, his strength was comparable to a late-stage martial venerable, close to the peak. His battle strength was definitely among the top among cultivators of the same level. Even if this battle servant did not have the talent of a human emperor, he would at least have the talent of an outstanding talent. In terms of battle strength, this battle servant is stronger than Li Yan Wushang, said an expert. He could feel that the battle servant's strength and aura were stronger than Li Yan Wushang's. After all, martial venerable realm cultivation was 2 small realms higher than Li Yan Wushang's. It's not your place to be arrogant. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, his eyes cold. He stomped his foot, and a rolling golden light rushed into the sky from behind him, spreading out like a golden ocean. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and a golden claw print swept out. The faint aura was like a golden-winged rock soaring into the golden ocean. The golden-winged rock beast technique. Seeing Du Xiaofu's attack, someone exclaimed in shock. Some experts could sense that what Du Xiaofu was using right now was not some ordinary golden-winged rock beast energy. If he had not obtained the benefits of the golden-winged rock, it would have been difficult for him to comprehend such a domineering, golden-winged rock beast ability secret technique. This seems to be similar to the power of a real golden-winged rock. There's almost no difference. This is unbelievable. An expert, who was extremely proficient in the profound of beast energy, spoke. He had sensed something special about it. Many of the beast race experts present could clearly feel the terrifying pressure. It was the aura of a beast sovereign, and it made them tremble in fear for no reason. Even Dragon 9, who had just arrived in midair, and the alluring Huang Linger, who was hovering in midair not far away, were flabbergasted. The golden claw was completely formed from golden talisman patterns. Like a golden tsunami, it directly collided with the former's claw. The dazzling talisman patterns wreaked havoc like golden lightning. The domineering and fierce aura did not seem to be present in humans. It could only exist in the bodies of beast sovereigns. It caused the densely packed figures in the surroundings to feel their meridians and souls tremble. Everyone's meridians and souls felt uncomfortable and fearful for no reason. It was as if they were facing a king. All of this took a long time to describe, but as Du Xiaofu attacked, Du Xiaofu's golden claw reached out in an instant. Chi, 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 chi. The two claw attacks collided. The dazzling light from the talisman patterns was so dazzling that those who were not strong enough could not look directly at it. The moment the two clashed, a sharp scream rang out. As the energy dissipated, the burly man's body was sent flying. Blood flowed from his mouth. The hand that the burly man had just clawed out with was a bloody mess. Du Xiaofu's claw had shattered his defense and flesh, revealing his white bones. Everyone held their breaths, their faces filled with shock. In just one move, the perfect martial sovereign level burly man was defeated by Du Xiaofu's claw. This kind of strength was too strong. Perfect martial sovereigns dare to touch my people. You're courting death. Du Xiaofu took the initiative to attack. Just as the burly man's body was sent flying, his figure soared into the sky. It was as if he had transformed into a golden thunderbolt. He was as fast as lightning and arrived in an instant. Ao! The burly man's eyes trembled. He used all his strength. The talisman patterns around him soared into the sky. He activated his meridians and transformed into a huge, ferocious green beast. The strange beast was like a fox, but not a fox. It looked like a wolf, but not a wolf. Its entire body was covered in scales. Its aura was terrifying. It stirred up a wave of talisman patterns like a waterfall pouring down from the sky. It was definitely a demonic beast ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly in the face of the burly man's battle servant's meridians. His expression was fierce. He waved his hand and a purple flame rolled out. Its aura was monstrous and blazing. Gee! Amidst the rolling purple flame, talisman patterns filled the sky. It was as if a purple sun had erupted. It transformed into a purple flame, demonic phoenix phantom. It flapped its wings and let out a cry. Its voice pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. It was accompanied by rolling purple flames that enveloped the sky and the ground. It directly suppressed the strange beast's meridians. Purple flame, demonic phoenix. It's different from the beast energy secret skills that ordinary humans have comprehended. In the sky, Huangling, Er's eyes revealed a look of astonishment as she looked at the huge purple flame, demonic phoenix phantom. Her beautiful face was truly moved. The burly man's battle servant's meridians and the purple flame, demonic phoenix phantom confronted each other. Ka! However, in just a few breaths, the burly man's battle servant's meridians began to crack and shatter under the surging energy radiance that was spreading in all directions. Pooh! Then, the strange beast's meridians were engulfed by the rolling purple flames. It was about to be completely incinerated into nothingness. The burly man's battle servant also spat out mouthfuls of blood. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared from the monstrous purple flames. He was as agile as a deity and unpredictable. He used the wave-like, carefree steps. His fist directly appeared and landed on the burly man's battle servant's head. Ninth Lord, save, bang! With a deep explosion, the burly man's battle servant's defenses were smashed into pieces. His pupils contracted in fear. Before he could yell for help, his head was smashed into pieces by Du Xiaofu's fist. Blood mist poured out, and energy shot out. Then, everything in the surroundings completely calmed down. A complete martial honorable was definitely a powerhouse at the top of the pyramid in the entire Kyushu. However, he was brutally killed by the purple-robed youth in such a simple manner. Powerful, domineering, fierce, and cruel. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the purple-robed youth had shocked the human race and the surrounding beasts. There were originally many arrogant young men and women in the surroundings. They were all top powerhouses of the younger generation of the various mountain sections. Even though many of them were not ranked among the 13 outstanding heroes in the Tianhuang continent, they had made a name for themselves during this period of time on the Tianhuang continent. Therefore, they all had their own pride. They indeed had the right to be arrogant. However, when they looked at the purple-robed youth, there was only shock in many young men and women's eyes. There was no longer any arrogance to speak of. On top of the carriage, pulled by the white-scaled dragon horse, the handsome Dragon Nine's battle robes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, his eyes were very sharp. Dragon Nine didn't seem to care about the death of a battle servant. However, when he looked at Du Xiaofu, a terrifying killing intent surged from the depths of his eyes. Retreat quickly. As the battle servant with the strongest cultivation was easily dealt with, the eyes of many battle servants and young men and women of the Beast clan who were chasing after them trembled. They slowly retreated, no longer daring to attack the little tiger and the others. "That's my son." In the depths of the densely packed crowd, there was a huge tree on a mountain top. A drunken middle-aged man stood on top of a huge tree. Under his messy hair, his thin lips faintly curved into a smile. It was a very straightforward smile. "Damn it, Du Xiaofu is defying the heavens. It's too terrifying." After being stunned for a long time, someone couldn't help but gasp and exclaim in shock. The surroundings were silent. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, his purple robes fluttering in the wind. He didn't care about killing a perfected martial venerable so easily. Instead, he stared directly at Dragon Nine on the carriage. Looking at Du Xiaofu's actions, and also at Dragon Nine, the entire thunder-rolling mountain's attention was completely focused on the two of them. Countless experts' hearts rose and fell. It wasn't difficult to know that no matter how one looked at it, no one dared to easily predict what would happen next. One was the ferocious demon king, Du Xiaofu, who dared to challenge the dragons. Ever since he entered Tianhuang mainland, he had always been domineering and fierce. In a short period of time, countless legends had spread about him. The other was the descendant of the true dragons, the pure-blooded cub of dragons, Dragon Nine. He was recognized as the leader of the 13 mystical heroes and had never been defeated in Tianhuang mainland. Now that the two of them had finally met, what would happen next? Would the top experts of the ancient heaven sect, the Seven-Star Hall, and the profound talisman sect interfere? If the top experts of these 3 mountain sects wanted to interfere, it would be enough to infuriate the dragons. When that happened, the consequences would be enough to raise a colossus like the ancient heaven sect to the ground. Although the dragons, phoenixes, and many other powerful mountain sects and beast clans of the human race had only allowed their younger generation to enter Tianhuang mainland, everyone knew that the top experts of these sects knew very well. However, everyone knew that with their status and cultivation base, if they were to make a move against the cubs of the beast clans or the disciples of the old monsters in the 9 regions, the consequences would be extremely serious. Just look at the green-headed flood dragon. After Du Xiaofu killed a green-headed flood dragon, its father, the green abyss flood dragon, immediately chased after him and wouldn't rest until he was dead. It was impossible for them to reconcile. Therefore, the countless experts in the surroundings couldn't guess what would happen next. Chapter 1088. Dragon 9, get over here. Today, I want to drink dragon blood, eat dragon meat, stew dragon bones, and extract dragon tendons. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu looked directly at Dragon 9 and shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Thunder Rumble Mountain. What? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, everyone was stunned. Everyone thought of countless things that would happen next. But no one thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would be so domineering in front of the pure-blooded dragon's Dragon 9, the descendant of the true dragon, drinking dragon blood, eating dragon meat, stewing dragon bones, and extracting dragon tendons. He was going to slay the true dragon. This kid, hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Guqingyang the Honorable Golden Rock, Purple Sky Venerable, and the others who were not far away were also stunned. Their eyes were wide open. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, and Blue Fantasy had all retreated to the side. They each took elixirs and adjusted their breathing as they watched the scene. This is troublesome. Star, Swallowing Star, was hiding in the air where there were not many people. At this moment, there was only a bitter smile on his handsome face. In midair, Long Jio's gloomy expression gradually calmed down at this moment. The murderous intent surging from the depths of his eyes also turned into indifference. He directly soared into the sky from the top of the carriage. The battle servants and the extraordinary young men and women of the Beast clan who followed him immediately retreated behind him. Dragon 9's body stopped less than 10 feet in front of Du Xiaofu. Even though he had seen Du Xiaofu easily kill a battle servant at the level of a perfected martial venerable, he still did not take Du Xiaofu seriously. He waved his hand and pointed at Du Xiaofu. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. Dragon 9 finally opened his mouth and scolded Du Xiaofu. "You will die today!" Dragon 9 only looked at Du Xiaofu and said 5 simple words, but his voice was extremely cold. As a pure-blooded dragon with a true dragon bloodline, he naturally had a terrifying majesty when he got old. Unknowingly, he made the powerhouses around him tremble. Some top-notch powerhouses who peeked at Dragon 9's Dragon 9 could not help but frown. "Even if you're a dragon, I'm going to beat you into a big worm today. Don't be so arrogant in front of me." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and looked directly at Dragon 9. Golden light spread all over his body, and his purple robe was gradually drowned out by the golden light. The golden light began to become incomparably mysterious and revealed many mysteries. Then a pair of golden wings spread out from his back. They were perfect and natural, and they exuded the aura of a supreme being. Boom! As the golden wings spread out, a terrifying aura swept out, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Golden Rock wings. The venerable Golden Rock was shocked. He knew the origin of the pair of golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back. Those were the real Golden Rock wings. Dragon 9's expression changed. Huang Ling, who was in the distance, also changed her expression. Many top-notch powerhouses with sharp eyesight were also shocked at the same time. Many of their auras even peeked at the Golden Rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's Golden Rock wings spread out behind his back. His body was tall and slender, and he stood in the air like a peerless, ferocious bird's cub. His black hair danced in the wind, and his golden eyes were dazzling. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had a domineering and intimidating aura, and he could look down on everyone. Dragon 9's expression changed, but it was only for a moment. Then he spoke again in a cold voice. "So it's the Golden Rock wings. Today you must die. I'll grind your bones to dust." His voice swept out. Dragon 9 was still arrogant and cold. He was arrogant, domineering, and conceited because he had the bloodline of a true dragon. He could tell that the wings on Du Xiaofu's back were related to the Golden Winged Rock. The dragon race and the Golden Winged Rock were mortal enemies. At this moment, the killing intent in Dragon 9's heart thickened. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon 9 battle suit let out a humming sound. Dark golden runes circled around his body, and dragon chi surged, shaking thunder, rolling mountain. Dragon Nine's aura spread, and the atmosphere in the area suddenly became tense. Everyone could feel that there was a chilling, murderous intent between the two of them. It swept across the sky. "I'm going to eat you, big worm, today." Du Xiaofu cursed, like a peerless, ferocious bird about to go crazy. Swoosh! Dragon Nine didn't say anything else. His face darkened again. His bright eyes suddenly closed slightly, and then opened again in an instant. Those pairs of eyes had turned into a strange, dark, golden color. At this moment, Dragon Nine's dragon chi suddenly reached its peak, and his murderous intent soared to the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying dragon chi erupted from Dragon Nine's body, as if it had turned into a terrifying storm. The faint sound of a dragon's roar reverberated, making people's hearts tremble. That terrifying aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to ripple like waves. It was as if space was about to be torn apart. The space rippled and cracked continuously, and the square below trembled incessantly. Is this the bloodline of a true dragon? The terrifying power of a pure-blooded descendant of a dragon? It's too strong. The human race can't compare at all. Seeing the terrifying aura on Dragon Nine's body at this moment, voices of astonishment rose one after another. The bloodline of a true dragon was terrifying. The bloodline of a true dragon is also the sovereign of all monsters. It's too strong. At this moment, Honorable Goldenrock couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The higher one's cultivation, the more they could feel the power and terror of Dragon Nine. The fact that he was a pup with the bloodline of a dragon was enough to prove the power of Dragon Nine. The dragon chi surged, and a terrifying storm swept across the area. Du Xiaofu's body was facing Dragon Nine's terrifying aura directly. However, his body stood tall in the void, and the golden wings on his back emitted a golden light. No matter how the storm swept up the surrounding waves, his body was still as immovable as a rock. "In front of us, dragons, you're just an ant," Dragon Nine shouted coldly amidst the rolling dragon chi. Suddenly, his body moved like a flash of dark golden lightning, passing through the energy storm around him. Like a dark golden thunderbolt, he swept fiercely towards Du Xiaofu's body. Dragon Nine's speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, and a fist came crashing down like the sun. Facing the Dragon Nine, Du Xiaofu seemed to have sensed it long ago. However, his expression changed slightly. He could feel the terror of Dragon Nine even more now that he was so close. The hand seal condensed, and a golden light exploded in front of him. The space distorted, and a golden hand seal floated above his palm. Du Xiaofu directly threw out the Xiaoyang seal. In an instant, the void in this area trembled violently, and the light of the hand seal was dazzling. The Xiaoyang seal swept out, and a powerful energy, pressure spread out from it. This wasn't just a martial technique, but a type of martial art. It contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth, and it contained the mysteries of yin and yang. Countless people looked at it, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts and souls tremble. Boom! The two forces collided, and the sound of wind and thunder rumbled. The surrounding void shook like a tsunami. Dazzling runes spread out, and the terrifying aura spread out. The experts around were tongue-tied, and they were on tenterhooks. On the other hand, the two powerful young men's attacks were evenly matched, and there was no clear winner. Then the two of them were blasted back several feet at the same time. Neither of them had the upper hand. Whoosh! Only the dark golden runes and golden light spread out in an arc high up in the sky, and there was a low explosion in the space. Dragon Nine's expression changed slightly, but his gaze became more and more sinister. He didn't have the upper hand at all, and his original intention of trampling on this human, Du Xiaofu, couldn't be realized. Dragon Nine raised his head coldly to stop his body from retreating. Dragon Chi rolled out, and it was as if the shadow of a giant dragon was coiled around his body. Dragon Nine's battle suit trembled, and with a powerful aura he stretched out his claw. It was as if a dragon's claw was floating in the air, and it could tear the sky apart. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and used the wave-like, carefree steps. His domineering figure also floated like a god. Golden light burst out like a blazing sun, and like a ferocious bird he swept forward. The two young men suddenly fought fiercely. This was a battle between the absolute pinnacle of the younger generation, and everyone watching was shocked. One was the supreme of the beast race, and he had the bloodline of the true dragon. The other was the demon king of the human race, and he was ferocious and domineering. The two of them fought fiercely, and their speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows. Those with lower cultivation bases were unable to understand the fight between the two at all. They could only see the dense and fragmented runes spread out brightly, and the rumbling of thunder resounded in the air. Dragon Nine's battle suit flapped in the wind, and all kinds of dragons were activated. His strength was extraordinary, and he had the bloodline of the true dragon. Since young, he had studied the many techniques and magical powers of dragons, and he had received the resources of dragons to nurture him. His strength was unparalleled. Dragon Nine formed a hand seal and attacked. The dark golden runes turned into a dragon shadow, and it carried a terrifying dragon aura as it rushed toward Du Xiaofu. Its power crushed the space, and it was very terrifying. Du Xiaofu opened and closed his wings, and the sound of wind and thunder was endless. It was as if he soared up 90,000 miles, shaking the universe. He activated the profound meaning of the grass of immortality, and a blade of grass seemed to be able to devour all life. Du Xiaofu used the profound meaning of the grass of immortality to wear down his opponent's attack. Then, the profound meaning of the grass of enlightenment flew out and counterattacked Dragon Nine. Roar! Dragon Nine's body was surrounded by a dragon shadow, and his body stood within a giant dragon. His aura was terrifying, and he rushed toward Du Xiaofu with a tyrannical posture that could crush everything. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings, and the pair of golden wings on his back seemed to be able to suppress the ancient times and suppress all life. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and a claw mark flew out from his bent fingers again. The golden runes turned into a fierce claw mark that could tear the sky apart and crush the stars. Everything was incomparably domineering, and it shocked all life. The claw mark touched the giant dragon shadow, and it emitted a dazzling dark red light. But then the giant dragon shadow began to crack. Chapter 1089. When the two clashed, a resplendent glow of energy erupted. In the end, the dragon phantom was truly torn apart. Dragon Nine retreated, his chest heaving. His expression changed. He'd originally thought he could crush this puny human, but after exchanging blows, Dragon Nine discovered that Du Xiaofu was like a true golden-winged rock. He didn't seem human at all. His aura could even suppress his true dragon bloodline. He actually couldn't gain the upper hand. After all, he was Dragon Nine. He had the bloodline of dragons. He'd traveled the 4 seas and swept through the younger generation. Even the ancient Yao clans and powerful clans of the Beast region were no match for him. But now he was obstructed. This puny human he'd never taken seriously was actually strong enough to resist him. Roar! Dragon Nine roared. His eyes were dark gold and cold. His killing intent soared to the heavens. The next moment, Dragon Qi surged around Long Jiu, and a series of dragon phantoms appeared on the surface of his body, wrapping around him in an instant. Then, 3 azure dragon phantoms appeared around Dragon Nine. Roar! The 3 azure dragon phantoms waved their claws. They raised their heads and roared. The wind and clouds surged, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if true dragons had descended to suppress Du Xiaofu. This young master is not afraid. Du Xiaofu roared. He didn't retreat, but moved forward. His hand seals changed rapidly. He used the star power Upanishad, the dark cave grass, the immortal grass, the purple flame demonic phoenix, the howling sky demonic tiger, the blue head flood dragon, the heaven desolate star swallowing python, the mysterious cloud red dragon, the desolate sky panther. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had urged all the power Upanishads and beast energy he had comprehended. All of his powers, Upanishad and beast energy emerged at the same time, creating a dazzling halo that covered the entire sky and covered his gold body. He looked like a demon god descending to this world to attack Longjiao. It was boiling, trembling. Even the heavens were about to collapse. At this moment, no one was unmoved. All of them were dumbstruck and horrified. In the distant sky, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair stood on a towering tree. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes under his hair. Freaks, both of them are freaks. Countless people in the surrounding thunder-rolling mountain couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The battle between Dragon 9 and Du Xiaofu had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Dragon 9 has used his full strength. Under the pressure of the dragons, he can crush all his peers. Killing opponents above his level is a piece of cake. Du Xiaofu has comprehended too many profound beast energies. How can one person comprehend so many beast energies and profound? He is a freak. The profound of the grass of immortality, the profound of the nether grass, and the profound of the stars. How did Du Xiaofu cultivate to be able to comprehend so many profound truths? He's just a young man in his 20s. How can he comprehend so many beast energies so thoroughly? His talent is too terrifying. The surrounding crowd gasped for breath for Dragon 9 and Du Xiaofu. Among them, Dragon 9's strength seemed natural to the crowd because he had the bloodline of dragons and was a descendant of pure-blooded dragons. However, Du Xiaofu's strength was so strong that he could directly resist Dragon 9. This made Kyushu, who didn't know about Du Xiaofu's past, exclaim in shock. To them, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, was like a demon god descending from the heavens. Rumble. Above the firmament, muffled sounds were endless. One was a beast sovereign, while the other was a demon king of the human clan. Their battle condensed the void and gradually formed a separate battle domain. Many profound truths and beast energies formed a divine ring. Du Xiaofu was enveloped in it. The wings on his back spread open, and his eyes shone with golden light. Then, dense golden runes began to seep out of his body. Boom! At this moment, the entire firmament trembled violently as if something terrible had happened. A thunderous sound resounded in the sky above Thunder Rolling Mountain. Then, some people saw a dazzling golden light about to burst out from Du Xiaofu's body, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Then, under countless trembling gazes, within the divine ring, the golden runes on Du Xiaofu's body connected with his body and turned into a huge phantom of a golden-winged rock. This golden-winged rock was like a real entity that was connected with Du Xiaofu. The wings on its back flapped, and it seemed to soar up 90,000 miles, shaking the universe. Under the belly of the golden-winged rock, sharp claws seemed to be able to tear apart the firmament and crush the stars. The terrifying phantom of the golden-winged rock appeared, and its eyes seemed to be looking down on the earth. Wind and thunder rumbled endlessly, as if it could suppress the ancient times and suppress all living things. At this moment, the profound truths and beast energies around Du Xiaofu's divine ring all gathered around the phantom of the golden-winged rock, with it as the center. This is the supreme golden-winged rock beast energy. This brat has actually reached that level. In midair, the venerable golden rock's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light. He could feel the terror of the golden-winged rock phantom the most. The golden light in his eyes fluctuated. At this moment, the venerable golden rock seemed to have obtained an opportunity and began to comprehend the phantom of the golden-winged rock. This could help him comprehend the golden-winged rock beast energy. The supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock race can't be comprehended by those without the bloodline of the golden-winged rock. Who is he? Is he a human, or has someone from the golden-winged rock race come into being? In the sky, Huangling, Er's eyes were also trembling. She also knew very well what profound truths the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was using at this moment. That wasn't an ordinary golden-winged rock's profound truths. That was the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock. Those without the bloodline of the pure-blooded golden-winged rock couldn't cultivate it. Roar, roar, roar. Around Dragon 9, 3 dragon phantoms soared into the clouds, roaring ferociously. It was also at this moment that the 3 dragon phantoms exploded with their strongest power, crushing the void. Break for me, Du Xiaofu roared. At this moment, it was as if he had truly transformed into a golden-winged rock. Numerous profound truths of the beast energies, with the phantom of the golden-winged rock as the center, traversed the firmament, solidified the void, and tyrannically crushed the void. Dragon 9 was shocked. In the last exchange, he realized that the mystique he had used was as if it had fallen into a quagmire. It could be suppressed and trapped by the opponent. At this moment, Dragon 9 felt that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, definitely wasn't human. That was the true bloodline of the golden-winged rock, and it was definitely a pure-blooded, golden-winged rock bloodline. He was being suppressed. Is that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's talent? This is the true Demon King. What a monster! Thunder Rolling Mountain was in an uproar. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. Some human meridian souls seemed to be about to explode. I knew that this guy would be as tyrannical and ferocious as usual on Tianhuang mainland. In the ancient heaven sect, Xiangling, Yin Machin, Siruofeng, Shui Ruhan, and the others were dumbfounded. They were all filled with anticipation and nervousness. The young hall master is Peerless. Dongli Jiao, Tao Yu, Wuma Sheng, and the other disciples of the 7-star hall were all fired up at this moment. The elders and experts of the 7-star hall all clenched their fists at this moment. Some of them were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Break! Dragon 9 roared. The 3 dragon phantoms merged into one and merged with him. In the end, it was as if he had turned into a dragon. His power increased explosively. Runes surged all over his body, and the dragon roared. The dragon soared into the 9 heavens, wanting to charge out of Du Xiaofu's divine ring. Awoo! Within Du Xiaofu's divine ring, all sorts of beast phantoms roared unceasingly. The phantom of a golden-winged rock spread its wings and soared into the sky. As it swept out, the golden light it emitted was like a blazing sun, dyeing the surrounding clouds golden. The brilliant light was like a sea of golden clouds rippling. The powerful aura of the golden-winged rock phantoms was about to shatter this part of the void. The golden light was like countless golden ribbons pouring down and hanging in the sky. Du Xiaofu seemed to have turned into a golden rock. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. Gee! The golden-winged rock screeched. The sound waves pierced through the clouds. The ferocious aura covered the sky, causing the entire space to tremble. On Thunder Rolling Mountain, under the might of the dragon and rock, all living beings trembled. The demonic beast veins and souls in the human race prostrated for no reason. They were irresistible, as if they were worshipping a supreme being. Whoosh! The golden-winged rock phantoms spread their wings. The rock soared into the sky, displaying the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock. It directly crushed the dragon phantoms into green runes. PFFF, Dragon 9, who was in the dragon phantoms, spat out dragon blood. He never thought that he would be at a disadvantage. Awoo! The dragon roared endlessly. Dragon 9's eyes finally turned completely dark gold. The dragon's aura was fully displayed, and the dragon soared into the sky. In the end, Dragon 9 also broke free from the restraints of Du Xiaofu, who was using all his strength to suppress the sky with his profound beast energy divine ring. Dragon 9 was a Dragon 9 after all. He was a pure-blooded descendant of dragons. It was not a lie that he could defeat his peers. Run? Where do you think you're going? Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. Under the shadow of the golden-winged rock, a dazzling golden talisman pattern spread out once again. After that, it evolved in the sky and transformed into a golden, five-fingered mountain shadow. When the phantom of the five-fingered mountain appeared, the golden runes surged. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was as if it was a living creature. An endless aura swept across the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the entire thunder-rolling mountain rumbled. The continuous mountain peaks began to tremble endlessly. That's Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit. Is he really going to slay the dragon's bloodline today? Some experts from Zhongzhou exclaimed. They knew that it was the demon king Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit. This guy had even activated his pulse spirit. It definitely looked like he was going to slay the dragons. Pulse spirit transformation. Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit has definitely reached the stage of pulse spirit transformation. The Nirvana realm revered pulse spirit transformation. This Du Xiaofu is the demon king. He's also a monster. That pulse spirit is not simple. It seems to have just been transformed by the red-bone horse monkey. Looking at Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit of the Five-Finger Mountain, many of the top experts were shocked again at the level of pulse spirit transformation. Every step was difficult to comprehend. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was at the Nirvana realm, revered realm. He had such a comprehension of pulse spirit and stepped into the pulse spirit transformation stage. This was too shocking. Chapter 1090. Roar! The azure dragon image roared and quickly escaped. But at this moment, Long Jiu was still one step too slow. Du Xiaofu's five-finger mountain vein spirit fell directly, and as if the world had just been created, chaotic energy rushed out and violently suppressed the giant dragon shadow. Not only that, Du Xiaofu's domineering body seemed to have transformed into a golden-winged rock, spreading his wings and appearing at the top of the golden mountain. His entire body released a boundless domineering aura, as if he was going to soar into the sky. At this moment, the golden-winged rock image and the five fingers mountain vein spirit shone with golden light in the sky like a miracle. A supreme aura filled the air, suppressing the heavens and the earth. The golden mountain image connected with the ground of thunder rolling mountain for no reason, and connected with the mountain range, golden talisman patterns flashed. The golden winged rock released its supreme beast energy, domineering and disdainful. The two were connected, and a terrifying aura swept out, finally crushing the giant dragon image, causing Dragon 9 to spit out dragon blood. Heavens! Everyone around Thunder Rolling Mountain who could see all this was boiling. Dragon 9 was actually suppressed, and that was a pure-blooded descendant of dragons. All eyes were on the golden-winged rock image at this moment. Such a human youth was like a peerless, ferocious beast. The Demon King's battle strength was monstrous, like the reincarnation of a demon god. Such a terrifying existence was probably rare in the entire human race since ancient times. It was likely that from now on, he would be able to leave a fearsome name in Kyushu. Such a glorious battle record was something that no one of his peers could surpass. This kid is too terrifying. In this place, countless top experts felt their hearts rise and fall. Once such a young demon king, completely matured, no one could be sure of what level he would reach in the future. Back then, those peerless geniuses with such terrifying talent all became earth-shattering existences in the end. Each and every one of them was able to move unhindered in the 9 prefectures and look down on everyone. Did you guys see that? That's my little brother, Demon King Du Xiaofu. That's my little brother, the white-brow mountain man." In the crowd, an old man with long gray-white hair and white eyebrows smiled brightly excited. He was the white-brow mountain man, and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had called him brother before. This was enough to make him proud. Under the golden light of Five Fingers' mountain vein spirit, Du Xiaofu was like a rock, suppressing Dragon 9. The giant Dragon 9 dragon's body appeared, and Dragon's body. Dragon 9's body appeared in the sky rock, and Dragon's battle armor. Dragon appeared. Dragons row, you Du Xiaofu. Dragons S. Dragons. Dragons S's. Blood dripped from the corner of Long Zhou's mouth. He was surprised, but there was no fear. His body was protected by the dragon chi. Boom! Following which, a dark golden light erupted and turned into a resplendent vortex. Dragon 9 had finally activated his true body. His huge body continued to expand, and soon he was hundreds of meters long. That was a dark, golden dragon with shining scales and 5 claws. The dragon soared out, bursting with runes, and its might rushed to the heavens. Roar! The dark, golden dragon roared. At this moment, it was a true dragon's roar. The sound waves rolled, causing all the demonic beasts to tremble and the human vein spirit to prostrate. Under the might of the dragon, everyone was trembling. That's a true dragon's body. If we can obtain the dragon's blood, that would be a great opportunity. Everyone cried out in surprise. That was a true pure-blooded descendant of a true dragon. No mixed-blood dragon could compare to it. Anyone who could obtain the dragon's blood and condense a vein spirit would be able to crush those of the same level. In mid-air, Du Xiaofu Five Fingers' mountain vein spirit was also expanding. It had also reached hundreds of meters in size and was like a towering mountain peak. The radiant sun erupted and suppressed the dark, golden dragon. To be able to make me use my full strength, you should die proud. The dragon's roar resounded. Dragon 9's huge body raised its head and soared into the sky. Runes erupted from the dragon's scales all over its body. The dragon claws under its abdomen tore through the void. Terrifying spatial waves surged in all directions, connecting the heavens and the earth like a huge waterfall. Not good. The peak of complete beast venerable. In the distance, Gu Qingyang's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, Dragon 9's aura was already at the peak of complete beast venerable. The peak of complete beast venerable. That's Dragon 9's true strength. Everyone cried out in surprise. The peak of complete beast venerable Dragon 9, the descendant of a pure-blooded dragon, was enough to make extraordinary martial venerables not dare to touch him. The bloodline of dragons was enough to prove it. The human race is too difficult to compare with the beast race, not to mention the dragons. Countless people sighed. It was said that when the human race had not yet flourished, only the beast race ran rampant in the world. The Qilin, dragons, and phoenixes were the 3 strongest races. The king of scales was the azure dragon, the king of birds was the phoenix, and the king of beasts was the Qilin. The Qilin race later disappeared. The dragons occupied the 4 seas, while the phoenixes landed on Mount Wudong. However, the legends of these 2 races had shocked the past and present. Occasionally, the younger generation of the dragons and phoenixes would emerge from the 4 seas and Mount Wudong. They would be able to defeat their peers and were invincible. At this moment, seeing the true strength of Dragon 9, the top powerhouses present sighed in their hearts. That terrifying power was enough to defeat the younger generation of the human race. Although many of the 13 outstanding heroes were extraordinary youths of the human race, if they were to really compare, how could Li Yan Wushang, Bailey Wuya, and the others of the 13 outstanding heroes be compared with Dragon 9? They would be killed on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. In the terrifying aura, everyone's eyes trembled. The golden talisman engravings on Du Xiaofu's five-finger mountain peak vein spirit were scattered by the dragon's body and then torn apart by the dragon's claws. Dragon 9 is at the peak of the beast's supreme realm, while his cultivation is only at the nirvana realm. If they were at the same cultivation level, the vein spirit would be enough to suppress him. In the distant sky, Du Xiaoyao landed on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder and released spiritual light from her golden spirit eyes. Crackle! The mountain peak vein spirit was scattered, and Du Xiaofu's body, which looked like a golden winged rock, was also hit by the dragon's body. His body flew across the sky, and the talisman engravings were also shattered. He only managed to stabilize his body after flying a few hundred feet. Uft! Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings flapped to stop his retreat, and he spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. You are no longer my opponent. Dragon 9's main body roared. His dragon eyes were covered with a dark, golden glow that was as deep as a black hole. Roar! Dragon 9 roared, and the dragon's roar was continuous. It could destroy one's soul, and many people around the square could only cover their ears tightly. In the next second, Dragon 9's huge body rushed in front of Du Xiaofu. That terrifying aura made heaven and earth roar, and Du Xiaofu was forced to retreat as if he could no longer resist. Crackle! The dragon's claws reached out from the void and tore the golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back. Bright flames exploded and rushed into the sky. Faint cracks appeared on the golden rock wings, but it was not a big deal. However, Du Xiaofu's body was forced back continuously, and pale golden blood flowed out of his mouth again. You are no longer my opponent, Dragon 9's dragon body said coldly. He looked down at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at an ant. At this moment, his dragon body looked down on all living beings in this world. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Du Xiaofu. The Dragon 9 at this moment was too terrifying. Under the dragon's might, was the demon king Du Xiaofu going to be defeated? Could it be that the human race was really unable to face the dragons? Almost all of the human race stood on the side of the human race. At this moment, deep in their hearts, they hoped that Du Xiaofu would win. As members of the human race, they naturally hoped that the human race would be able to display their might. But now, everyone knew that Dragon 9 was too powerful. He was a descendant of the true dragon bloodline, the descendant of a supreme being. Chapter 1091. You talk too much nonsense. With your little strength, you're more like scratching an itch for me. Du Xiaofu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his purple robe. He raised his eyes and looked at the huge, dark, golden dragon. His voice was calm, as if he did not care at all. Once these words were said, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was shocked. This demon king, Du Xiaofu, was truly ferocious. Even with his meridian soul shattered, he was still so ferocious. If it was an ordinary person with their meridian soul shattered, they would not have much strength left. What a strong physical body. It's so strong that it's perverted. Some experts sighed. The more they sensed, the more they felt that Du Xiaofu's physical body was perverted. Such a perverted physical body should not appear on a human's body. Your meridian soul is shattered. What else can you do to fight me? Dragon 9 sneered. That ferocious and majestic dragon had looked down at Du Xiaofu, a huge dragon floating in the air. How shocking was that? So what? To deal with you, I don't even need a divine weapon. Du Xiaofu's lips curled up. His purple robe shook and battle intent poured out from his eyes. His meridian soul shattered and his blood surged. Those were internal injuries, but his physical body was still at its peak. This ferocious Du Xiaofu is really confident. The people in the surroundings began to discuss when they heard this. Did that devil king Du Xiaofu still have something to rely on? He was still so confident. Ha 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 ha. Puny human who overestimates himself. How sad. Dragon 9 laughed loudly. His huge dragon body soared into the sky. His dark golden eyes were filled with contempt. He no longer cared about Du Xiaofu, just a big worm. Today, I will drink your blood. Du Xiaofu said softly. His purple robe fluttered, and the golden wings of the rock flapped gently behind him. As the founding emperor of the barren country, even though he was in the Tianhuang mainland, he still had the fate of the country gathered on him. He naturally had the might of a ruler and the domineering will of the golden-winged rock. His aura was definitely not inferior to Long Jiu's. You're asking for death. Dragon 9 was furious. He felt that he had played enough. He soared into the sky and pounced on Du Xiaofu. That ferocious mouth of his was opened. He wanted to swallow Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, come. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and pounced forward. Facing him head-on, his golden wings swept across, bringing with them a golden storm of light. He had the aura of supremacy. A man and a beast collided with each other. There were no fancy moves, and they fought directly with their physical strength. Long Jiu, who had activated his main body, relied most on his physical body. Who could beat him in his dragon body? At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to know how his body compared to Dragon 9's, who had the bloodline of dragons. Boom! In an instant, the two of them collided and the sky exploded. Blinding runes. Between the collision of man and beast, a bright sun rose from time to time, surging in all directions. Dragon 9's dragon aura spread and shredded the sky. How unparalleled! Du Xiaofu's body seemed small, but when the wings on his back flapped, his speed was no less than Long Jiu's. His movements were unpredictable, and his every move was domineering and arrogant. Strong winds blew. Light was like a galaxy. Runes intertwined like lightning, drowning the area. Wind blew and clouds surged in the sky. Bright runes drowned the earth. Everyone could clearly see that the tiny purple-robed youth was fighting the giant dragon with his bare hands. The battle was so fierce that it caused the sky to collapse and the earth to shatter. Oh my God! Is Du Xiaofu really only a nirvana, revered martial artist? His body can actually fight Dragon 9. Demon King Du Xiaofu's body is too strong. He's fighting Dragon 9. Demon King Du Xiaofu's body is so strong that it's beyond common sense. Everyone watched as Du Xiaofu fought Long Jiu with his bare hands. That level of physical strength was enough to make them tremble with fear. A human fighting the descendant of a true dragon with his body. This could only be described as abnormal. Rumble. In the sky, the speed of the dragon and human became faster and faster. In a short period of time, they collided more than 10 times in a row. Then, they separated and continued to collide. After images flashed out one after another. Both the dragon and the human were unbelievably fast. The surrounding spectators became quieter and quieter. The strength of the human and beast made people have no choice but to be respectful. Demon King Du Xiaofu, you must win. You are now representing the human race. Some of the extraordinary youths of the younger generation were also arrogant people. But at this moment, many of them were secretly cheering for Du Xiaofu in their hearts, hoping that he would win. The human race and the dragon race naturally hoped that the human race would win. Humans were like this. When a person was slightly stronger than the people around them, they would be envied and ostracized by everyone around them. However, if this person was much stronger than the people around them, they would not be envied and ostracized. Instead, they would be worshipped and respected. This was the deep-rooted bad habit of humans. It was difficult to change. At this moment, the battle between Du Xiaofu and Long Jiu represented the pinnacle of the younger generation of the human race and the beastmen race in the world. Demon King Du Xiaofu is not a 3-headed, 6-armed beast. He is so domineering and arrogant. I wonder if he has found someone he likes. In the surrounding crowd, the hearts of many extraordinary young women were moved. Women love heroes. This was a principle that had not changed since ancient times. At this moment, their hearts were all moved by the purple-robed young man who was fighting the giant dragon. Du Xiaofu activated the extreme strength of his physical body. His entire body was sparkling with a purple-gold light. As the golden light spread, it was intimidating and domineering. It was as if he was a real divine bird's cub. Dragon 9 roared. Runes erupted from its dark, golden scales. A terrifying aura spread. It was shockingly powerful. Demon King Du Xiaofu's physical body should be about the same as the golden-winged rock's peak bone refining and marrow cleansing. What is his relationship with the golden-winged rock? But he is indeed a human. In the distance, Huangling, Er's eyes began to flicker with flames. She was also very surprised and confused. That guy's physical body is really terrifying. In the ancient heaven sect, Shenling was shocked. His eyes trembled and he could not calm down for a long time. His physical body has always been unparalleled, Inmachin said. Boom! In a short period of time, the dragon and human in the sky collided more than 10 times. Dazzling light exploded. Bam! A low, muffled sound like thunder. The human and dragon collided fiercely and then separated. Dragon 9's huge body was knocked back. However, he quickly stabilized himself in midair. Thump, thump! Du Xiaofu's body was knocked back more than 10 feet before he could stabilize himself. After dozens of exchanges, he was obviously at a disadvantage. The golden light in his eyes fluctuated. Du Xiaofu was also secretly surprised. Dragon 9 was really not weak. Its body was also extremely strong. Even its scales were difficult to tear. Du Xiaofu's series of attacks just now only caused some cracks to appear on the dragon's scales. However, he was exhausted. In the face of such a huge dragon's body, the human's physical body was at a disadvantage. As expected of one of the 3 sovereign beasts, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. This was the first time he was facing such a powerful beast of the same generation. Whether it was the physical body or the aura, it was not something that the heaven wasteland, star-swallowing python, and the green dragon could compare to. Dragons were indeed terrifyingly powerful. This was Du Xiaofu's evaluation of dragons. Du Xiaofu did not know that Dragon 9 was even more shocked. As a pure-blooded dragon, he could not even take down a human of the Nirvana realm of martial honorable realm in his original form. If Du Xiaofu was also at the peak of the complete martial honorable realm, Dragon 9 even doubted if he could defeat this human. That demon king, Du Xiaofu's physical body, is terrifying. Many of the extraordinary beasts exclaimed in their hearts. Their hearts were pounding. No one would be surprised by Dragon 9's strength. However, a human's physical body was as domineering and fierce as a golden-winged rock. Who would be able to remain calm? All right, it's time to end this. You've been tormented for so long. It's enough, said the dark golden dragon. The murderous intent in his voice could no longer be concealed. At this point, if he did not finish off his opponent, he would lose his dignity. At this moment, Dragon 9 was about to unleash the dragon's strongest ultimacy, draconic force. He wanted to make an example out of dragons and let everyone know that dragons had always been the strongest in this world. Roar! The runes on the 9 dragons' bodies began to surge, and the dragon scales began to glow. It was a kind of profound, dark, golden light. Mysterious talisman patterns rushed out and formed some mysterious object in midair. It drew in the energy of heaven and earth and even froze the space. Boom! At this moment, the surrounding sky suddenly trembled. The runes on Dragon 9's body were densely packed. Finally, they spread out in all directions above the sky. Draconic force was rolling. Looking at the commotion caused by Dragon 9, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Dragon 9 was about to unleash his strongest strength. As a descendant of the Dragon clan, how could Longjiu only have the power of his physical body? Frowning slightly, Du Xiaofu then took a deep breath. Finally, under everyone's astonished gazes, He closed his eyes tightly. What is Du Xiaofu trying to do? Dragon 9 is clearly going to use his full strength. Why is he still so careless? Some people were puzzled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's carelessness had them on edge. Roar! Suddenly, in just a short period of time, Dragon 9's main body suddenly raised its head and roared. The mysterious runes that covered this part of the sky faintly connected with each other in a profound manner. Boom! Finally, as the sky trembled, a primal chaos like fog permeated the air, and a 10,000 feet large illusory dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 10,000 feet long illusory dragon that covered the sky appeared. The terrifying pressure that faintly spread out from it caused countless living beings in the surroundings to tremble. Chapter 1092. Buffed! The terrifying dragon hovered in the sky. Anyone who looked at it would feel their xianqi freeze and their bodies go limp. Those who were more severely injured would vomit blood. Coiling dragon trial. Far away in the sky, Huang Linger frowned slightly as she watched Dragon 9's terrifying actions. As a member of the Phoenix clan, the archenemy of the dragons, she naturally knew what Dragon 9 was doing. Dragon 9 was using his full strength. He wanted to kill the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. How terrifying! The living beings around the square were trembling. The sky was about to shatter. Dragon 9 was too terrifying. Could this be the dragon's coiling dragon trial? The venerable Golden Rock frowned. He was worried for Du Xiaofu. He had only heard of the coiling dragon trial, one of the dragon's strongest abilities. During the Dragon Phoenix trial, it had even killed many terrifying ancestors of the Phoenix clan. The 1,000-meter-long illusory dragon was actually just talisman runes forming in the sky. But it was still incomparably bright, and the pressure it exuded was as if it could destroy the world. Roar! The 1,000-meter-long illusory dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Then the 1,000-meter-long illusory dragon merged with Dragon 9's body, and with a terrifying aura that blotted out the sky, it pounced on Du Xiaofu. Whoosh! The 1,000-meter-long illusory dragon swept down. Its tail swayed, its claws danced, and it roared with its head held high. Everywhere it passed, the space suddenly exploded with a whoosh. Coiling dragon trial. Dragon 9 roared. The 1,000-meter-long dragon didn't directly attack Du Xiaofu. Instead, it launched a spiraling attack. The 1,000-meter-long illusory dragon wrapped around Dragon 9's real body. Instantly, it coiled around Du Xiaofu like an agile snake, distorting a large area of space. Suddenly, the space that had been distorted by the giant dragon's shadow directly twisted and solidified. Ka! The enormous dragon body was like a dark golden sun that emitted resplendent talisman runes, causing the distorted space in the middle to constantly collapse. The space within the distorted space of the enormous dragon phantom was terrifying, enough to destroy everything and kill all living things. Heavens, that's already a forbidden ability. Back off. The square was suddenly in chaos. Under the terrifying pressure, some of the weaker people directly vomited mouthfuls of blood, and some people's bodies were crushed by the pressure. The experts in the mountain gate were so frightened that they shouted loudly and hurriedly retreated. That terrifying power was too strong. It was the forbidden divine ability of dragons. Boom! Under the terrifying pressure, the 10,000 feet long illusory dragon took up residence in the surroundings. Du Xiaofu was immediately crushed by it. That unimaginably terrifying pressure, accompanied by a murderous tribulation, channeled the power of heaven and earth, causing the golden runes on Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings to be obliterated. It was as if his body was about to be crushed. It was also at this moment that Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His pair of eyes that were originally shining with golden light suddenly surged with purple gold lightning at this moment. 2 blazing thunderbolts burst out and shot into the sky. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth shook violently with a loud bang, and a terrifying thunderous might filled the sky. Walala! The purple-gold electric arcs that filled the sky suddenly converged from nowhere and instantly occupied the sky. A vast expanse of purple-gold electric arcs covered the entire sky. An aura that made one's soul palpitate rippled and spread across Thunder Roll Mountain, and it was still spreading into the distance. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of the surrounding people, the thick thunderclouds were accompanied by waves of lightning runes. The palpitating aura silently spread out, causing all living creatures to be afraid. This is his martial vein. What kind of martial vein does the Demon King Du Xiaofu have? Why is this martial vein so tyrannical? It's as if it wants everyone's martial vein to submit. It's rumored that only a sovereign can do that. Astonished, all the super experts in the surroundings were trembling at this moment. The pressure of the martial vein was too strong, as if it was a sovereign. It's awakened too. On a towering tree in the distance, a man with messy hair raised his head. Under his messy hair, there was a purple-gold lightning in his eyes that couldn't be concealed, but it quietly disappeared. Break. Within the terrifying, coiling dragon trial, Du Xiaofu's entire body was filled with purple-gold lightning arcs. He had activated the final lightning martial vein in his body. Lightning rolled in his eyes like two bright suns shining in the sky. At this moment, the lightning aura on Du Xiaofu's body suddenly burst out like a volcano, bringing with it countless purple-gold lightning bolts that rushed in all directions, wanting to break through the coiling dragon trial. The coiling dragon trial will kill all living creatures. You can't escape, Dragon 9 shouted. At this moment, he was also using all his strength. The light in his eyes was also fluctuating within the 1,000-foot-tall illusory figure and 1,000-foot-tall body. However, at this moment, under the terrifying lightning aura, Dragon 9 was secretly trembling for no reason. He had never seen such a terrifying martial vein aura before. Dragon 9 was using all his strength. The coiling dragon trial was activated to the extreme, destroying the void in all directions, bringing with it circles of black spatial cracks to crush Du Xiaofu, making it impossible for Du Xiaofu to break free. The coiling dragon trial was one of the strongest superpowers of dragons. Ordinary creatures couldn't even touch it. At this moment, Dragon 9 was using all his strength to activate the superpowers. Du Xiaofu was also using all his strength, but they still couldn't break free. This was enough to show how terrifying Dragon 9 was. You can't trap me. Today I'll break this place, Du Xiaofu shouted. His hand seals condensed again, and purple gold talisman runes surged out, channeling the energy of heaven and earth. This was the supreme golden-winged rock beast energy that Du Xiaofu had obtained and comprehended from the golden-winged rock's golden wings and the mystic bones of the golden-winged rock. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone around, purple gold lightning and golden talisman runes condensed, and the thunder martial vein covered the surface of his body. With Du Xiaofu as the center, it condensed into a purple gold lightning rock. Purple gold lightning arcs exploded on the golden-winged rock's illusory figure. The lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky, and it was like a purple gold sun in the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu merged the golden-winged rock beast energy with the thunder martial vein in his body, creating a golden-winged rock. At this moment, a new pressure of heaven and earth descended. Ka! The huge golden-winged rock had a domineering and destructive aura. Its screech seemed to pierce through the sky of this sealed ancient land, and the sound waves could distort space. Break! Du Xiaofu shouted, causing lightning to flash and thunder to roll in the sky. The killing aura spread out. It didn't have any killing intent, but it showed the majesty of creation. It showed the righteousness of heaven and earth, and it was mighty, and it could punish the common people. The golden-winged rock rushed up, and the terrifying wings flapped. Purple gold lightning wreaked havoc in the sky, and it seemed to be able to strike down the stars. Rumble! Finally, under the terrifying golden-winged rock, the 1,000-foot-long dragon illusory figure was destroyed. The golden-winged rock soared up to 90,000 miles. Purple gold lightning arcs exploded on the golden-winged rock's illusory figure, and the lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky. In the thunder clouds in the sky, purple gold lightning flashed like a rolling sea of thunder. A stretch of purple gold lightning arcs connected with the golden-winged rock, and a vast and unparalleled aura suddenly spread out in all directions like a tide. Heavens, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, broke the dragon's coiling dragon calamity. The top experts in the surroundings were deeply shocked. It was said that when the dragons faced the coiling dragon calamity, no matter how many primordial variants, demon birds, or ancient beasts, none of them could escape. But at this moment, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, had destroyed the dragon's coiling dragon calamity, and it was even forcibly suppressed. This result made everyone tremble. How savage and domineering was this? Pucci, Pucci! The coiling dragon calamity was destroyed. At this moment, Dragon Nine's huge body was fierce and majestic. He opened his mouth and spat out dragon blood. At this moment, Dragon Nine's heart was completely unsettled. At this moment, the golden-winged rock's illusory figure was more than 1,000 feet large. It was connected with purple gold lightning arcs that filled the sky, and the terrifying aura gathered together to execute. It was domineering, fierce, and accompanied by the momentum of heaven and earth. Ku! The golden-winged rock soared into the sky and connected with the sea of purple gold lightning arcs in the sky. But it only lasted for a moment, and then it swooped down again. The purple gold rock flapped its wings and swooped down, its momentum unparalleled. The sharp claws under its abdomen were covered in purple gold lightning and were as fast as lightning. Then it directly grabbed the back of Long Jiao's huge dragon body that was hundreds of feet long. Crack, crack! This time, the dragon scales on Dragon Nine's body were no longer indestructible. The sharp claws of the rock destroyed his defense, and then easily tore apart the dragon scales. The claws dug into his flesh, and a large amount of dragon blood spurted out. Roar! The dragon scales were shattered, and under the pain of his broken body, Dragon Nine raised his head and roared. The dragon's roar rumbled, and the sound waves undulated like a vast ocean, covering the sky and earth. There was a kind of arrogance and misery in his voice. His whole body erupted with bright runes, and he tried to break free from the golden-winged rock's claws. But at this moment, the thunder and lightning covered the sky and collapsed. No matter how Dragon Nine struggled, the golden-winged rock held on tightly to his body. Thus, the dragon soared in all directions, and the golden-winged rock lowered his dragon body. The space in all directions was collapsing, and bright light flooded the world, making people tremble in shock. Ku! The golden-winged rock roared, and its huge wings took turns to attack from left and right, drawing the purple gold lightning that filled the sky. It kept slapping on Dragon Nine's body, shattering large pieces of dragon scales and revealing bloody cracks. Dragon Nine finally became weaker and weaker. His eyes began to dim, and he gradually cried out in pain. Legend has it that in ancient times there was a golden-winged rock that fed on dragons. It looks like it's true. In the profound talisman sect, Elder Spirit Talisman's eyes were shining. He was also shocked. Oh my God, is this really true? Dragon Nine lost? There were countless eyes in the arena, and they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. This scene was too shocking. Roar, roar! Dragon Nine's body screamed and roared. Especially his back, which was hit by the golden-winged rock's wings, was dripping with blood. Dragon scales were scattered, revealing eerie white bones. The golden-winged rock's wings landed on the dragon's body and thunder and lightning surged in. That domineering execution shook the hearts of everyone present. As the golden-winged rock's shadow continued to suppress, Du Xiaofu's body slowly appeared from within. The purple-robed young man's black hair was scattered and standing upright. Electric arcs rippled around him, and the lightning on his body touched the sky. His eyes were like rolling thunder, and purple-gold electric arcs overflowed from his body. A vast and unparalleled aura suddenly spread out like a tide at this moment. Du Xiaofu stepped on Dragon Nine's body and suppressed it with the domineering aura of execution. Step by step, he walked from the dragon's back to the dragon's head. Lightning exploded in his eyes, revealing his killing intent, and his aura was incomparably powerful. That brat, don't tell me he's really planning to slay a dragon. Killing Dragon 9 is enough to attract the crazy revenge of all the dragons. That demon king can't be that cruel, right? Seeing Du Xiaofu's body walk forward step by step, some people had already begun to tremble. Dragon, riding demon king, do you want to slay a dragon? To the countless young men and women of the human race in the surroundings, all of their blood began to churn with excitement. Finally, Du Xiaofu walked step by step to the head of the struggling Dragon 9. He didn't say anything, but used his actions to explain everything. Boom! Hiding one foot on the ferocious and majestic dragon's head, Du Xiaofu channeled the golden-winged rock's lightning, causing the power of heaven and earth. Faint electric arcs surged around his body and exploded with light. Du Xiaofu raised his fist high. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in midair, as if thunder was rumbling, and an incomparably beautiful light exploded in the void. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and tempestuous waves arose in their hearts. Some experts also felt a chill down their spines, and they were so shocked that their hair stood on end. Kill! Du Xiaofu's fist fell, just like that, landing directly on Dragon 9's head. It was clean, and the killing intent surged without any hesitation. As Du Xiaofu's fist fell, it was as if the surroundings were about to stop. Boom! Under countless stunned gazes, as Du Xiaofu's fist fell, thunder rumbled, and space exploded. Crackle! Then, all of this caused a terrifying change. Bolts of golden-winged rocks, lightning, fell from the 9 heavens, like divine lightning chains, as if the heavens were sending down lightning punishment. Rumble! Du Xiaofu's fist landed solidly on Dragon 9's head. It was earth-shattering, and even the heavens trembled. Rolling lightning surged into Dragon 9's head, and a terrifying aura of destruction descended. A bloody hole exploded in Dragon 9's head, and bright red dragon blood spurted out, emitting the light of runes. It was resplendent and beautiful, but also a little shocking, accompanied by the destruction of his life force. Dragon 9's huge dragon eyes finally shrank in fear and despair, and then the withered aura on his body completely calmed down. The huge dragon body that was hundreds of feet long also suddenly fell from midair, crashing heavily into the mottled square in the summer sky. Rumble! The fall of the gigantic dragon body caused cracks to appear on the immovable square, shocking every living being. Is this real? The Demon King killed a dragon. The entire space was silent for a long time before people gradually came back to their senses. No one dared to believe what had happened. Dragon 9, one of the younger dragons of the dragon's generation, was still killed by a human youth despite his high cultivation level. He killed a dragon. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, killed a dragon. Suddenly, the thunder-rolling mountain was in an uproar. Countless waves of sound and aura fluctuated, and the clamor soared into the sky. The venerable Golden Rock and Gu Qingyang looked at each other. Looking at the scene in front of them, they didn't know what else to say. That guy, he really killed a dragon. In the boundless sect, 9-fold spirits' scarlet robe fluttered, and a dazzling light flickered in her eyes. Not far away, Wu Ming of the Intelligent Sword Sect also had a dazzling light in his eyes. Chapter 1093. Within the thunder-rolling mountains, countless beasts watched as the dark gold dragon was killed, and all of them trembled in fear. This guy, he even dared to kill Dragon 9. In the crowd, Star Swallower helplessly watched the scene in front of him. Only he knew that the Demon King's father dared to kill dragons, and this Demon King even surpassed his father. He even dared to kill Dragon 9. Ao Tong, that's our son. Our flesh and blood has grown up. On a towering tree in the distance, under the messy hair of a drunk, middle-aged man, his thin lips were smiling sincerely. That big worm, it's finally dead. Du Xiaoyao's hatred was endless. It was a little sullen. If it wasn't for the fact that it had to protect Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, and Blue Fantasy to retreat, then Dragon 9 and the others wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. Previously, it had to protect Du Xiaoqing and the others to retreat, and it had suffered a lot. In the crowd that wasn't too crowded, there was a young man. His eyes were filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as he stared at the purple-robed young man from Zhanlong. It was as if there were no impurities in his eyes, and they were clear, yet bottomless. The young man's skin was as clear as jade, and his long hair hung down to his shoulders, glowing faintly. His figure was slender, and as he stood there, he was indescribably otherworldly, as if he was a celestial being. Dragon 9 seems to be the weakest of the dragons, the young man murmured. The young man murmured. Then he shifted his gaze and stood there quietly, as if he was waiting for something. On another mountain, there was a young man dressed in snow-white clothes. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like spring water, and his temperament was as gentle as the wind. This young man was very handsome, and his nose was like a hanging gallbladder. His figure was straight, and the corners of his red lips were slightly raised, making his temperament seem even more unrestrained. He murmured, "This time the dragons should be furious. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, you're really fierce. Run, run." In the distant sky, the battle servants and many young beast men and women who had come with Dragon 9 saw that Dragon 9 had been killed. Their eyes trembled, and they quickly fled, not daring to stay any longer. In midair, the huge purple-gold rock's shadow dissipated as the dragon's body fell. Du Xiaofu floated in midair, his face as pale as ash. To be able to kill Dragon 9, Du Xiaofu had done his best. The thunder, martial vein, and the golden-winged rock's supreme beast energy were his strongest abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to slay a dragon. In the thunder-rolling mountain range, there are countless arrogant young men and women. They were from the same generation as the various great factions above Kyushu. At this moment, none of them could remain calm as they looked at the purple-robed young man. The arrogance in the depths of their hearts was nothing in front of him. In the crowd, Lian Wushang, who had been easily injured by Du Xiaofu, was now protected in the Sacred Flame sect. He looked at the purple-robed young man from Zhanlong, in front of him, his eyes rippling. At this moment, Lian Wushang finally understood that if the purple-robed young man had used his full strength, he would have been killed in one move. How unexpected! In the Great Luan sect, the golden-haired young man in red robes looked at the young man from Zhanlong in front of him. His eyes were bright, and a light flashed in them. Humph! In the mysterious Talisman sect, Lu Kuin looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him, then quietly looked at the beautiful woman beside him. Her eyes were fixed on the purple-robed young man, and he secretly snorted. "Father, were you at Thunder Rolling Mountain?" In midair, Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and muttered softly. His heart was in turmoil and blood was surging. He clenched his fists, worried about his drunkard father. Kill! Suddenly, while everyone was still in shock, a terrifying aura suddenly surged. A green light exploded and froze the void. The sound of killing resounded. It was the Green Abyss Flood Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the Green Abyss Flood Dragon attacked Du Xiaofu. The grudge of his son's death was irreconcilable, and he would never let it go. If he allowed this savage human to continue to grow, he would be even more terrifying in the future. Green Abyss Flood Dragon, get back here! At the same time, the venerable Goldenrock shouted coldly. His figure quickly rushed out, and golden light shot out, sweeping across the void. The venerable Goldenrock had been paying attention to the surroundings. So how could he let the Green Abyss Flood Dragon have the opportunity to attack? You're just a mixed blood dragon, my disciple, you can't touch him. Following the venerable Goldenrock's voice, there was a voice in midair that covered up the venerable Goldenrock's voice. Then the void suddenly froze. Suddenly, there was a sky full of flames and thunder descending from the sky. The terrifying aura of the Green Abyss Flood Dragon was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was enough to crush the Green Abyss Flood Dragon's aura. At this moment, the surrounding void froze, imprisoning the Green Abyss Flood Dragon. It was as if there were countless flames and thunder occupying the sky. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Above the firmament, in a flash, a hand formed from fire and lightning rushed out from the thunderclouds. It shuttled back and forth, and directly covered the body of the Green Abyss Flood Dragon. Bang! With a muffled explosion, the terrifying flame and thunder hand fell directly on the Green Abyss Flood Dragon's body, and directly fell from the sky. Puff! Along with a big mouthful of blood, the Green Abyss Flood Dragon's body fell down to the square, and directly smashed the immovable square into pieces. The sky was full of flames and thunder, as if seeping out from the void. Then, an old man in his 50s appeared out of thin air. The old man had long black hair and a red robe covering his body. A terrifying aura rippled around his body, accompanied by overflowing lightning. There seemed to be lightning flashing in the depths of his eyes, like flames flickering. It was very disdainful. A martial domain realm expert. The Green Abyss Flood Dragon rushed out of the cracked square, covered in wounds. His eyes were full of fear, and he immediately fled. A mixed blood dragon dares to touch the people of the 7-star hull. Then there's no need for you to leave. Another indifferent voice rang out, and a dense cluster of resplendent runes appeared in front of the Green Abyss Flood Dragon that had just charged out. An invisible aura caused the void to tremble. Oh no! At this moment, the Green Abyss Flood Dragon seemed to have felt something. His pupils shrank, and his body quickly turned into a huge green dragon that was more than 100 feet long. Roar! The huge green dragon roared ferociously and used all his strength. Divine light burst out from his body, and he activated his magical power, crushing the void. The terrifying aura was much more terrifying than that of Dragon 9. It was on another level. Humph! A figure appeared from the bright rune. It was an old man in his 70s who looked older than the weapon sovereign. His black hair was smooth, his face was ruddy, and the silver hair at his temples fluttered slightly. Just like that, the old man directly appeared on top of the huge green flood dragon. Bright talisman runes gathered in front of him to form a dazzling divine halo. After that, a dazzling divine light burst forth and turned into a solid halberd. The halberd shone brightly, piercing through the space, and directly slashed the body of the huge green dragon, whose pupils had already shrunk in fear. Crack! The huge green dragon's huge body was suddenly split into two, and blood splattered across the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar filled the heavens. On the body of the cyan-headed flood dragon that had been severed, the bloody mist that filled the sky contained extremely violent energy. Runes erupted, affecting the vast sky. Then, a dazzling cyan-headed flood dragon phantom broke through the confinement of the 70-year-old man like a bolt of lightning and continued to escape through space. Boom! The sky trembled, and a large tower covered in runes and mist appeared in the sky like a black hole, and directly swallowed the charming green dragon into the tower. A middle-aged man appeared. He looked a little wretched, but there was a natural charm in his eyes. The big pagoda next to him shrunk into his palm, turning into a small pagoda with a bronze color. It was only the size of a thumb and looked very inconspicuous. Then it disappeared into his palm. Goo-goo! All of this happened in just a few breaths, and the peak nirvana-level green dragon had disappeared. Countless people noticed this and swallowed their saliva. A middle-aged man with a wretched aura appeared and looked around the skies. A chilling intent spread from his wretched eyes as he said in a sinister voice, "If anyone dares to touch a single strand of his hair today, I, Jinqing-chun, will definitely make sure that none of your sect disciples can leave Tianhuang mainland. I'm all alone in this world. What can you guys do to me?" Jinqing-chun, he's a Saint Array prodigy. That's a 9-star spiritual talisman master. Everyone's expression changed immediately. It seemed that in addition to the central continent, the Saint Array prodigy was also famous in Kyushu. The aura on his body could not be sensed by the top experts present. He was a 9-star spiritual talisman master. Whoever dares to touch my disciple, I, Xiahou Fenglei, will accompany you to the end. In mid-air, the red-robed, black-haired old man stood in the void, and his voice was like thunder. Flames and lightning surged in his eyes. "Weapon, revered Xiahou Fenglei, he's here too. Rumor has it that he's already a 9-star spiritual talisman master. So the Demon King Du Xiaofu is really the disciple of Weapon, revered Xiahou Fenglei. Beside Xiahou Fenglei should be the other hall master of the 7-star hall, Minister GMO. It's said that he's also a martial domain realm expert." Many people exclaimed. Many Origin World and even peak Nirvana level martial revered were top experts. But compared to a 9-star spiritual talisman master and a martial domain realm expert, they knew that it was a whole new realm. The martial domain realm and a 9-star spiritual talisman master were the real masters of this world. They were existences that surpassed all living beings. In this world, many talented martial revered were stuck in the domain realm for their entire lives, unable to cross over. In the sky, there were many obscure auras fluctuating, and then they began to calm down. The surroundings were silent. The Fire Saber Reverend of the Heaven Saber sect, the Kill Saber Reverend, the Astral Fist Reverend of the Ancient Fist sect, and the others looked at each other. They secretly looked at the 3 terrifying existences that had just arrived, and their faces turned ugly. Their eyes twitched, and they began to retreat silently. Du Xiaofu looked around and then looked at the 3 figures that appeared in midair. His pale face was full of smiles, and he rushed up to them intimately. He bowed and said, "Disciple greets Master, 5th Martial Uncle and Brother Qing-chun." Chapter 1094. Quickly consume this pill to heal your injuries. The revered Weapon looked at his disciple with a smile as he passed a peak venerable rank healing pill to Du Xiaofu. "Thank you, Master." Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony as he took the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The battle with the Dragon 9 had exhausted him, and he was also heavily injured. If it wasn't for Du Xiaofu's strong physical body, just the damage to his meridian spirit was enough to make an ordinary person unable to withstand it. "This brat is really strong." GMO looked at Du Xiaofu. He was dressed in scholarly robes and had an extraordinary temperament. His eyes were filled with shock. He had seen everything with his own eyes. How strong was this brat in front of him? Zhen Qing-chun did not speak. He looked at the 100 feet long dragon body below and finally looked at Du Xiaofu. He rolled his eyes and sighed, "You are stronger than me. You even killed the descendant of a true dragon." "He wanted to kill me, so I killed him," Du Xiaofu said softly. "The Dragon 9 wanted to kill him, so he could only kill the Dragon 9. This was the most direct reason. As for the consequences and trouble, even if he let the Dragon 9 go, would those consequences not exist?" To Du Xiaofu, based on his experience, the best way to deal with someone who wanted to kill him was to kill him himself. Indeed, he wanted to kill you, so you can only kill him. Zhen Qingchen nodded as if he agreed with Du Xiaofu's words. He did not say anything else. Brother Qingchen, why are you here? Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger also walked up to Du Xiaofu's side. Both of you have reached the venerable rank. Not bad. Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger and immediately knew their cultivation levels. Xiaofu, are you okay? Are you injured? Gu Qingyang, the Honorable Golden Rock, and the Elder Spirit Talisman had also walked over. Gu Qingyang was worried that his precious disciple was injured. What should we do with the dragon's corpses? The Honorable Golden Rock looked at the huge dragon body and smiled bitterly. He did not know what to do. That was a dragon's corpse. If it wasn't for the public, such a supreme treasure, it would have been snatched by others. A great battle. But now, no one dared to make a move. Touching the body of a descendant of a true dragon was enough to incur the wrath of the entire dragon clan. Furthermore, Long Jiu was killed by Du Xiaofu, now that there are several martial domain realm experts around who would dare to make a move. However, at this moment, the 1,000-feet large dragon tribe had attracted countless heated gazes. The other 2 parts of the dragon's body were also precious treasures, but no one dared to make a move with a few martial domain realm cultivators around. Dragon blood and dragon meat. Those are good things. Du Xiaofu listened to the Honorable Golden Rock's words and looked at the dragon's body. He had never tasted dragon blood and dragon meat. Plus, the dragon was a huge treasure. Clean it up. Otherwise, some people won't be able to hold back. Weapon-revered Xiahou Fenglei looked around at the sky and secretly moved his eyes. Du Xiaofu rushed down. Under the crimson eyes of the crowd, he began to collect dragon blood, tear off dragon scales, skin, and tendons. When Du Xiaofu ferociously dug out a true dragon bone, it was an absolutely complete young dragon bone. It spread out a mist accompanied by a dragon's roar, causing everyone in the surroundings to be alarmed. Dragon bone. Although the dragon's profound meaning and divine ability are not complete, this is the bloodline of a true dragon. It's a precious treasure. It's enough to be a mountain sex treasure. The dragon whelp mystic bone is still intact. Long Jiu would never have thought that the Devil King Du Xiaofu would dare to kill him. That's why he didn't have time to destroy his own mystic bone. Usually, those powerful beasts would destroy their own mystic bones before they die. They would never let it fall into the hands of humans. I can't hold back. If only I could get the dragon bone. The dragon bone is also a disaster. It said that there was a large sect that obtained a few dragon scales. In the end, it was razed to the ground by the dragons in one night. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Many sects in this world have some beast bones and treasures, but they would never dare to publicize it. Now that the Demon King Du Xiaofu has obtained the dragon bone, and there's also Xiahou Fenglei, Sacred Array Prodigy Zhen Qingchen, 9 Lives Venerable GMO, and the others, no one would dare to touch him. However, it's not certain whether the Demon King Du Xiaofu can safely return with the dragon bone. Amidst the discussions, Xiahou Fenglei, 9 Lives Venerable GMO, and the others had already cleaned up the 2 halves of the green head dragon's corpse. Whether it was the flood dragon scales or the flood dragon skeleton, there were definitely precious treasures. Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchen, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, Scarlet Rock, Du Xiaoqing, as well as the Venerable Golden Rock and Gu Qingyang, had also cleaned up the 100-zhang long dragon. Stew the dragon bones, roast the dragon meat. On the modeled square, Du Xiaofu washed several thousand jin of dragon meat. Most of the dragon meat was thrown into the medicine cauldron, and he added a lot of spirit herbs and started to stew it. Du Xiaofu set up a huge roasting table, and a lot of dragon meat was also placed on the roasting table. Not long after, the square was filled with the aroma of meat. It smells so good. Unfortunately, The countless gazes in the surroundings could only swallow their saliva when they smelled the aroma of the meat. This demon king is too savage. Wow. Countless gazes were also shocked as they watched Du Xiaofu skillfully stew and roast the meat. This was definitely not the first time the Demon King had dealt with those powerful demonic beasts like this. Now he even dared to roast dragons. Master, Grandmaster, Martial Uncle, Seniors, the taste is not bad. You can even get some benefits. Try it. When the dragon bone treasured soup was boiling and filled with energy, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard, and the aroma of the dragon meat was overflowing. Du Xiaofu naturally had to show filial piety to his elders. He also very respectfully placed the roast meat and dragon bone treasured soup in front of Elder Spirit Talisman and the others. Thank you, little friend. Elder Spirit Talisman and the profound Talisman sect experts beside him did not act arrogantly. First of all, Du Xiaofu's strength and ferocity had completely shocked them. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's master, Martial Uncle, 9 Lives Venerable and Big Brother, Sacred Array Prodigy, Zhen Qingchen, were all domain realm experts. How could they act arrogantly? 9 Lives Venerable, Golden Rock Venerable, Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei, and the others looked at each other and smiled. They had never tasted dragon bone soup or roasted dragon meat in their lives. Since it had already come to this, they naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Why aren't you guys coming over to eat? Then Du Xiaofu shouted at the 7-star halls Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Tao Yu, Ancient Heaven Sect's senior martial brother, Jian Santong, 3rd senior martial brother, Yuanli, Yinmachin, Xiangling, and Du Shui and Du, who followed behind. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Dongli Diao, Yinmachin, and the others could not help but rush over. Gu gu! At this time, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, and Zhen Qingchen were already drinking the dragon bone treasured soup with their heads held high. They tore off large pieces of dragon meat in their hands, afraid that it would be snatched away. Miss Zhu Shui, Brother Guoming, this taste is not bad. Come and try some. Du Xiaofu sat on a huge rock that Little Tiger had brought over. One of his feet rested on the huge rock, and he looked exactly like a dummy. While eating and drinking, he shouted at Zhu Shui and Guoming from the profound Talisman sect. Brother Xiaofu, of course. Guoming replied loudly. Zhu Shui also joined in under the saliva of many profound Talisman sect disciples. Baldy, do you want some? The taste is not bad. Du Xiaofu had already seen the boundless sect's 9-fold spirit in the crowd and asked loudly, Thank you, Brother Du, but I have my sect's rules. I can't eat meat, the 9-fold spirit said. The 9-fold spirit said he couldn't eat meat because he had never eaten meat in his life. You are really boring. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at the 9-fold spirit. Then he looked at the familiar faces of the Huijian sects Wu Ming and Shindu Gates, Jiang Rolin in the crowd. He said, Wu Ming, Jiang Rolin, don't tell me you have always been vegetarian. I am not like that monk. I like to eat meat. Other than swords, I like meat the most, but I have never eaten dragon meat. Wu Ming did not stand on ceremony and directly flew away. It's not like I'm a vegetarian. Jiang Rolin spoke. Her beautiful figure flew across the sky, and her sleeves fluttered in the wind. She gracefully landed on the mottled square. Her pale yellow dress fluttered in the wind, and her ink-black hair rippled with the soft color. She was like an immortal descending, untainted by dust. Chapter 1095. Help yourself, sword maniac. Du Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to Nameless. Instead, he handed a piece of roasted dragon meat and a bowl of dragon bone soup to Jiang Rolin. Thank you. Her big eyes were clear and ethereal. Her eyelashes were deeply arched, and the contours of her face revealed an otherworldly aura. Jiang Rolin took the barbecued meat and dragon bone soup from Du Xiaofu's hands and the corners of her mouth curved into a delicate smile. It had the purity of a pear blossom and the brilliance of a cherry blossom, enough to make the hearts of the surrounding youth surge. "You're welcome." Du Xiaofu didn't mind. Then he seemed to see a familiar figure. He had seen him on the lightning platform in the sealed ancient land. That was Ming Rongyin of the Xianming sect. Ming Rongyin had warned him. "Ming Rongyin, are you interested in eating dragon meat? I've been drooling for a long time. I was just afraid you wouldn't invite me." Ming Rongyin chuckled and flew away with a smile on his face. Then a group of people wolfed down the food in the mottled square. The energy contained in the dragon bone soup and dragon meat shocked the younger generation. Jiang Ruolin stood in the crowd. She looked at Du Xiaofu's back as he mingled with Yin Machin, Nameless, Qinling, Ming Rongyin, and the others. Her eyes moved slightly. It seemed that she hadn't touched meat for many years. At this level, she didn't need to eat anything. She didn't even know why she came without thinking when Du Xiaofu invited her. "Eat more. It can increase your strength." Little Tiger handed a bowl of dragon bone soup and roasted dragon meat to Blue Fantasy. His dark eyes smiled. "You should eat more and recover faster. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be so injured." Blue Fantasy looked at Little Tiger with ripples in her eyes. When she was in a desperate situation, it was Little Tiger who took the fatal blow for her. This touched her heart. "I'm fine, really." Little Tiger smiled. His dark eyes only had the beautiful figure in front of him. "Give me this. You eat this." Blue Fantasy smiled and took the dragon bone soup, letting the Little Tiger eat the dragon meat. Looking at Blue Fantasy's smile, Little Tiger smiled blankly, as if his heart was about to melt. Thousands of kilograms of dragon meat and a large pot of dragon bone soup were devoured by this group of people in the end. Not even a speck was left. At this moment, another day had passed and night had fallen. My body is filled with energy, and I need to refine it to benefit from it. Many of the younger generation were overjoyed. After eating the dragon meat and drinking the dragon bone soup, it transformed into an extremely vigorous energy that swam within their bodies. They had obtained great benefits. Many elders and guardians of the Seven-Star Hall and the Ancient Heaven sect had already sat down cross-legged to refine the energy in their bodies. The physical body of Dragon 9, who was at the peak of the complete beast realm, was an absolute treasure. After eating and drinking his fill, Du Xiaofu stood on the square. His purple robe fluttered as he looked at the sky. Ripples appeared in the depths of his eyes as he muttered in his heart, "Father, are you at Thunder Rolling Mountain? Thank you for the dragon bone soup and dragon meat." Jiang Ruolin arrived at Du Xiaofu's side. She gave a charming smile that made people's hearts surge. She was like a fairy. "You're welcome." Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't mind. Jiang Ruolin's eyes moved. This young man in front of her was completely different from the ferocious young man from Zhanlong. She nodded slightly and left without saying anything. "I heard that Jiang Ruolin doesn't put men in her eyes. She seems to treat you differently. Could it be that she has fallen for you?" John Doe appeared quietly. His eyes were fixed on the sky, and there was a cold smile on his face. Du Xiaofu looked at Nameless and said seriously, "This is my charm. Your sword, Dao, can't compare to mine, and your charm can't compare to mine. You're jealous of me. If you have the ability, marry Jiang Ruolin. From then on, I'll admit that I'm jealous of you." Nameless glanced at Du Xiaofu, then stomped his foot and left. "We're not even close. How can I marry Jiang Ruolin? Besides, I already have Qingqing." Du Xiaofu murmured. "Don't tell me you really want to marry Jiang Ruolin." Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, Sima Muhan, there seems to be a lot of them. Du Xiaoyao jumped on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said softly, her golden eyes rippling. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything and directly threw Du Xiaoyao off his shoulder. "Du Xiaofu, I'm not done with you. Du Xiaoyao shouted and hurriedly jumped on Du Xiaoqing, her eyes full of anger. What can you do to me? Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid and rolled his eyes at Du Xiaorao. Long time no see. Zhu Shui went to Du Xiaofu's side. She was beautiful and became more mature, adding to her charm. I forgot that Zhu Shui is here. Du Xiaoyao shouted when she saw that. What's wrong? Du Xiaoyao is looking for me? Zhu Shui was puzzled. Ignore that guy. He's just itching for a beating. Du Xiaofu said to Zhu Shui immediately. He was calm and acted as if nothing had happened. Rumble. As Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the whole mountain in front of the square trembled. The fog fluctuated, the earth shook, and an ancient aura soared into the sky. There were circles of electric arcs in the sky, like a divine halo enveloping the surroundings. When will it open? This should be a sign that the divine Thunder Mansion is about to come out. Countless gazes shot out in the night sky, and countless dazzling lights soared into the sky. However, the huge movement didn't last for long, and then it calmed down. The moon was bright and the stars were dim, and the surroundings returned to normal. Occasionally, some electric arcs would flash in the air. You're seriously injured. Quickly adjust your breathing and recover. If the divine Thunder Mansion appears, there will be a fierce battle. If you're injured, it will be disadvantageous for you. Zhu Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded, and then looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. His clear eyes carried a smile, and he said, Thank you. What are you thanking me for? I should thank you for treating me to the dragon bone treasure soup and dragon meat. Now, I have to go and consume them. Zhu Shui smiled charmingly, and then her figure flew into the sky and returned to the profound talisman sect. Looking at the graceful figure leaving, Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze. Then he looked at Little Tiger, Little Green, Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, and the others who had begun to heal their injuries. With his master, Zhen Qingchen, and the others, Du Xiaofu was very relieved. He sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. The dragon bone treasure soup, the dragon meat, and the venerable grade healing elixir given to him by his master, the weapon sovereign. Du Xiaofu had a lot of energy in his body at the moment. A moment later, he was shrouded in a faint golden light, with a domineering and intimidating aura fluctuating unceasingly. In the dead of night, everything was quiet. Many people in Thunder Rolling Mountain were adjusting their breathing, and some closed their eyes to rest, waiting for the divine Thunder Mansion to open. There were also people who were still immersed in the fierce scene of slaying the dragon during the day, and couldn't recover for a long time. That Demon King is really ferocious. Many gazes fell on the mottled square from afar. At this moment, the purple-robed young man was wrapped in a domineering golden halo. But who will get the benefits of the divine Thunder Mansion in the end? The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has already made a name for himself in Kyushu. He is too ferocious. Some people sighed under the moonlight. No matter who gets the benefits of the divine Thunder Mansion in the end, the Demon King Du Xiaofu is destined to be famous in all of Kyushu. The battle of slaying the dragon was enough to shake Kyushu. The next day, after the darkness before dawn, there was a light spreading in the eastern sky, making the vast thunder rolling mountain clear and hazy. The morning clouds seemed to have covered the sky with a layer of fine gauze. Behind the mottled square, the faintly discernible cluster of broken peaks appeared amidst the milky white clouds of vitality. Accompanied by the faint flickering of electric arcs, it seemed to possess a mysterious supernatural power, shocking everyone and making them click their tongues in wonder. Huff, huff! On Thunder Rolling Mountain, many auras woke up, shaking the space. On the mottled square, the disciples of the ancient heaven sect and the seven-star hall woke up. Some of the younger generation actually broke through in one night. The others smiled. They had obtained great benefits. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking beast, roar came from the thunder-rolling mountain. It came from the distant sky, and an ancient aura suddenly filled the air. Swoosh, swoosh! Dozens of figures came, bringing with them an ancient aura. They crossed the sky and appeared in the sky in front of the mottled square. A wild aura spread out as they looked around. Chapter 1096. Among the dozens of figures, only half of them were young human men and women. They were riding ferocious beasts. There was the flying dragon with 8 wings and the head of a dragon. There was also the she, who with the body of a horse and the tail of a snake. There was also the hoe that looked like a raccoon with 1 eye and 3 tails. Its voice was loud and could suppress all evil. These ferocious beasts' voices were like thunder. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura, causing countless birds and beasts in the vast Thunder Cry Mountain to go into hibernation as their bodies trembled. Any one of these ferocious beasts was enough to cause the Kyushu to tremble. However, at this moment, they had become the obedient mounts of these young men and women. There were a total of 20 to 30 young men and women. Their bodies were wrapped in star-like halos. They were incomparably majestic and had an extraordinary aura. Their appearance shook the surroundings. Countless people looked at them in surprise. In the distant sky, there were many obscure auras that secretly spied on them. "We are only here for the divine Thunder Manor. It has nothing to do with you. If you continue to spy on us, it will be considered a provocation." Among the group of young men, there was a well-built young man with a fair face and an extraordinary aura. He looked at the surrounding void. He felt the auras of many super-experts that were spying on them. However, he did not pay much attention to them. His tone was still rather arrogant. "There seems to be many 9-star spiritual talisman masters and martial domain realm cultivators." A woman in colorful clothes looked at the surrounding sky. She also felt the auras of many experts. They have probably cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years. Some have even cultivated for thousands of years. Being able to reach the 9-star spiritual talisman master and martial domain realm doesn't mean anything. The well-built young man said to the woman. He did not mind. Then he looked at the mottled square in front of him that seemed to have been broken horizontally. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, "The traces of the seal are already very weak. It should be about time." They seem to be from the Phoenix clan. The woman in colorful clothes then swept her gaze across the surrounding crowd. In the end, her gaze landed on Huangling. From the carriage, it was enough to recognize Huangling-er's identity. Her eyes narrowed in surprise. They were not careless towards the Phoenix clan. They were not ordinary creatures. They were one of the 3 great clans of this world. Before the human clan became the ruler of this world, the Phoenix clan was once the overlord of this world. It's not strange for the Phoenix race to come. The well-built young man looked at Huanglinger, and his arrogance subsided a lot. Then he suddenly looked to the left, as if he had discovered something, and said, "Someone else is coming." Roar! Not long after the muscular young man finished speaking, the roars of many beasts could be heard again. The roars shook the heavens. They were all strange beasts with terrifying auras. There were also 20 to 30 young men and women who descended. Their gazes were rather arrogant, as if they were patrolling outside. Roar! In the blink of an eye, as the morning clouds dissipated, the roars of many beasts could be heard in the air. For more groups of people arrived from all directions. They were all from the younger generation, and they rode on quite a number of strange beasts as they flew through the air arrogantly. Within these 4 groups were young men and women around the age of 20 to 30. Waves of ancient auras filled the sky. The strange beasts were ferocious and ferocious. Their voices were like thunder, and their entire bodies emitted a terrifying aura. The low-altitude vicious bird's voice pierced through gold and cracked stone. Its body was like a black cloud pressing down, and its aura made people's hearts tremble. "Who are they?" On Thunder Rolling Mountain, the younger generation of the major forces looked at the arrogant young men and women in the sky, and their hearts trembled. They could all feel that the origin of these young men and women was definitely not ordinary. These young men and women must have come from a colossus, but they did not know them. You know too little, so naturally you don't know them. They are all from those hidden existences, and there are colossi behind them. You can't provoke them. In this world, the beast race has the dragons and phoenixes in seclusion, and they don't come out often. The human race also has the 9 great families in seclusion. They should be from the 9 great families. I didn't expect that the divine Thunder Mansion would even alarm them. Some of the elders in the mountain gate immediately warned the disciples of the sect not to provoke these young men and women. The strength behind them was too terrifying. These auras are not ordinary, and they are not inferior to that clan. Are they from the 9 great families? Du Xiaofu looked at the 6 groups that appeared in the sky. The auras of these groups were similar to that of the 9 great families, but they were obviously not from the same clan. In particular, Du Xiaofu felt a familiar aura from the 2nd group of people who had arrived. That aura seemed to be very similar to Qi Yishi's, and he could also feel a faint fluctuation of the star profound in his body. There are a total of 9 great families in this world. Buddha, Taoist, Confucian, Nong, Mo, Yin-Yang, Ming, Fa, and Zongheng should be from the 9 great families. You have to be careful. Zhen Qingchen whispered in Du Xiaofu's ear, facing these young men and women. His wretched eyes concealed some fear. He also knew that Du Xiaofu had a relationship with one of the 9 great families, and had once had his heart dug out, so he was worried. They also seemed to be under restrictions. Du Xiaofu nodded. Back then he had learned from his grandmaster, the venerable Golden Rock, that the 9 great clans seemed to have experienced a great calamity. After that, the remaining members of the 9 great clans were restricted by a mysterious expert. They were not allowed to appear in the 9 continents for no reason, or they would be severely punished. You already have a lot of troubles. Try not to provoke them. But don't let yourself be wronged. Venerable Xiahou Fenglei looked at Du Xiaofu and knew some of the origins of the 9 great families. The people of the 9 great families were too strong, and people of the same level of cultivation simply couldn't resist them. They were strong enough to suppress all the people of the same level of cultivation. I will be careful, master. Du Xiaofu replied. He looked at the 6 groups of people, each with their own style. There was a young man with a bald head, which was similar to Ninefold Spirit, and a young woman with long hair combed in a bun, but didn't affect her temperament at all. There were also young men and women in Confucian robes, looking very elegant and graceful, but it didn't affect their temperament, and they were incomparably powerful. Later, the 4 groups of people landed, and all the young men and women swept their eyes over Thunder Rolling Mountain, and then looked at the huge broken peak behind the mottled square. They also noticed Huangling, or in the distant sky, and didn't dare to be careless. Roar, another beast, roar sounded, and dozens of strange birds and beasts appeared, causing the heaven and earth to shake. On the strange birds and beasts, there were young men and women who were also extraordinary, and their auras were ancient and profound. There wasn't much arrogance on their bodies, but there was an arrogance in their hearts. Their arrogance wasn't revealed, and their temperament was extraordinary. After a few flashes, the 20 to 30 young men and women riding strange birds and beasts appeared in the sky, and their auras filled the air, causing the young men and women on Thunder Rolling Mountain to be shocked again. There were so many young people in this world, and they were even stronger than them, and their auras were enough to suppress them. There was always a mountain beyond a mountain, and a person beyond a person. Roar! In the lead was a terrifying beast, which looked like a deer with a white tail, horse feet, human hands, and 4 horns. Its whole body exuded a terrifying aura, and its roar was like a heavenly drum, shaking people's souls. That is a powerful Bairu from Gauta Mountain, and it is rumored to have been extinct since ancient times. I didn't expect to see it again. Venerable Weapon looked at the terrifying beast and recognized its origin and was shocked. Oh, it's her. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the woman on the back of the Bairu, and a smile appeared on his face. That was a very moving woman. Compared to Jiang Rolin and the others, she was definitely not below them. On her moving face, a pair of light purple eyes fluctuated with intelligence and a charming luster. Her cherry lips were smeared with a light pink like honey. Her silky black hair casually floated around her slender waist, which made her originally delicate and curvy figure even more of a visual impact. The woman's gaze swept across the crowd, and then she turned to a young man beside her and said, "Cousin Mali, I'll go to Manchu first." "Go, don't run around. If you're in danger, Grandma won't let me go." The young man was handsome, and he doted on the woman. His eyes were clear, and his arrogance was restrained. Chapter 1097. I got it. The woman smiled, then leaped out from Si Ru's body. Her beautiful figure soared into the sky and landed on the mottled plaza. The woman wore patterned fluffy shoes, and her moon-white and pink brocade dress fluttered in the wind. Her smile was soul-stirring. Mu-ha! As the woman's beautiful figure landed, Shui Ruhan walked up from the ancient heaven sect. Her smile could also affect the hearts and souls of thousands of young people. Junior Sister Mu-ha. Greetings, Senior Sister Mu-ha. Within the ancient heaven sect, Yin Ma-chin, Siruofing, and the others also went up to welcome her. The woman was none other than the ancient heaven sect's eldest young miss, Sima Muhan. "Everyone, I won't see you. I knew you would come." Sima Muhan smiled, then bowed to Venerable Goldenrock and Elder Gu Qingyang. Finally, her light purple eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Du Xiaofu. Who is that woman? How is she related to the ancient heaven sect? Within Thunder Rolling Mountain, there were young men and women who were puzzled. That woman of unknown origin seemed to be related to the ancient heaven sect of the Central Plains. The ancient heaven sect has climbed up a big tree. It's actually related to them. Within the crowd, within the Sky Snake sect's lineup, an old man with a gloomy gaze softly said. His expression was not too good. That family should be the Mo family. Within the Great Luan sect, Dongli Chihuang's spirit fluctuated, and ripples appeared in his eyes. "You're here too." Sima Muhan walked towards Du Xiaofu. She wore a light pink gauze cloak on her shoulders and a pink-white belt around her waist. Her well-proportioned figure made her slender waist seem even more alluring over the years. "Quick, call me Martial Uncle." Du Xiaofu chuckled. He had heard from Sima Muhan that her grandmother's family had an extraordinary background. But now Du Xiaofu knew that Sima Muhan's grandmother's family was also one of the 9 great families. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. No wonder many of Sima Muhan's abilities didn't come from the ancient heaven sect, and she didn't cultivate there often. "Scram, you're not much older than me. Why should I call you Martial Uncle?" Sima Muhan originally had a smile on her face, but it immediately turned into anger. The 2 bracelets on her wrist sparkled with white light, and when she raised her hand they made a pleasant sound, as if she was dissatisfied. "My seniority is higher than yours. That is the truth." The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled up slightly. Every time he saw this girl suffer, he felt inexplicably happy. "You!" Sima Muhan waved her arms and gnashed her teeth in anger. She then turned to Gu Qingyang and said, "Grandmaster, can you expel this bastard from the sect?" Today's weather is good. The wind is gentle, the sun is bright, and the stars are twinkling. Gu Qingyang was stunned. He then shook his white robe and stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert. He slightly raised his head 45 degrees and floated back a little. Gu Qingyang wouldn't get involved in the affairs of the younger generation. How could he expel his precious disciple from the sect? Humph. Sima Muhan glared at Gu Qingyang and couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. What was the relationship between the wind and the sun and the stars? Roar. Suddenly, a series of beast roars came from afar. Many strange birds and beasts flew over and appeared in the air with a few flashes. This group had the least number of people, only about 20 or so young men and women. They were all dressed very plainly, as if they came from a farming family. However, their formless temperament was like hidden, unpolished jade. Their mounts were also not inferior to the other groups. Among those strange birds and beasts, there was a heavenly dog that looked like a raccoon with a white head and could suppress all evil. There was also a lushu that looked like a horse with a white head and a red tail like a tiger with a red tail. Its voice was like a rumor. Its brother Zhou Yu and the others. On the mottled square, Du Shaoqing had long awakened from her meditation. Looking at the group of young men and women who were riding on the Tengu and Lushu, a smile appeared in her ethereal eyes. At once, her beautiful figure flashed across the sky and arrived in front of the plain-looking young man who was leading the group. Happily, she asked, "Brother Zhou, where's Sister Xiaoluo? Did she not come?" "Little Qing, you're here too?" "We just came to take a look at the divine Thunder Mansion. There's no need for Sister Xiaoluo to come out for this kind of thing." The young man smiled and looked at Du Xiaoqing's pale face. Her aura was still quite chaotic. Immediately his face froze and said, "Who hurt you? Tell me. I'll help you take care of him." "It's okay. My brother has already killed that guy." Du Xiaoqing smiled and said. Her temperament was bewitching, but there was a kind of holy beauty. Her pitch-black, ethereal eyes could make people remember her at a glance. "Did you bring any spiritual medicine?" "I don't mind heavenly treasures. I've been injured recently. Can you give me some food to nourish my body?" Du Xiaoyao had been squatting on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. At this moment, when he saw these young men and women, his pale golden eyes were filled with a blazing color. He could directly feel that these young men and women were carrying a lot of spiritual medicine and heavenly treasures. "Damn monkey, I haven't settled the score with you yet." When a young girl saw Du Xiaoyao, she couldn't help but curse. She didn't know how many heavenly treasures and spiritual medicines this damn monkey had destroyed at home. It had caused them a lot of harm. "Little girl, why are you so fierce? Be careful that you won't be able to find a husband in the future. Didn't I just eat some of your spiritual medicine? You have planted so many spiritual medicines and heavenly treasures. It doesn't matter if I eat some." Du Xiaoyao pouted. It knew that there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures planted all over the mountains and plains. Unfortunately, in order to guard against it, those people changed the seal so that it could no longer break in. There were many old guys in that family who could directly capture him. They almost plucked his fur and barbecued him. How did little Qing and Du Xiaoyao know them? Sima Muhan was surprised and asked Du Xiaofu. It wasn't hard to see that Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao had a close relationship with those people, and she knew their origins. "We cultivated in there for a period of time." Before Du Xiaofu could say anything, the little tiger spoke first. Then he said to Du Xiaofu, "Third young master, I have a good relationship with Celestial Dog and Little Deer. I want to go say hello." "Go ahead." Du Xiaofu nodded. He often heard Du Xiaoqing mention a sister Luo. It seemed that Little Qing, Little Yao, and Little Tiger had entered one of the 9 families when they disappeared for many years in the central province's Changjiang. The people around Du Xiaofu also seemed to have a relationship with those people. Around the square, countless people were looking at them. They could see that Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger, who were beside Du Xiaofu, had a close relationship with those mysterious people. They were secretly shocked. At this moment, seeing that Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger were familiar with that big family, and their relationship was definitely not shallow, Zhen Qingchen, Venerable Weapon, Venerable Golden Rock, and the others were all secretly puzzled. "Brother, let me introduce you. This is Brother Zhou. He and Sister Luo took care of me the most back then." After a while, Du Xiaoqing led the handsome young man to Du Xiaofu's side in the mottled square. Thank you for taking care of my sister back then. Du Xiaofu clasped his fists and was very grateful. You're welcome. Little Qing and Sister Luo are sworn sisters. They are even deeply loved by the elders in the family. It's our duty to take care of them. This time, we came here on the orders of the elders in the family. When the time comes, we will bring little Qing back to cultivate for a while. Zhou Yu said with a faint smile. Although his arrogance was restrained, it made people feel very comfortable. Little Qing can decide this. Du Xiaofu nodded. This should be a good thing. Little Qing can make the decision herself. Zhou Yu looked at the young man in the purple robe in front of him. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. The young man in the outside world was actually so calm in front of him. Although he did not do anything, his invisible aura was enough to make him feel that he was extraordinary. Especially the young man in the purple robe. There was a very special aura that could even affect him. That aura was overbearing and intimidating. It carried the power of the heavens and earth, as if it could rule the world. Brother, I want to go. This time, I want to cultivate properly for a while. I don't want to be a burden to you. Little Qing said seriously to Du Xiaofu. Recently, her cultivation was not fast. She needed her brother's protection. She did not want her brother to be stressed and distracted because of her. Silly girl, you are not a burden. You are my sweet responsibility because we are a family. Du Xiaofu pinched little Qing's cheeks. Although there was a difference between humans and beasts, they were already a family. Family was never a burden, only a sweet responsibility. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Zhou Yu was secretly puzzled. He could see little Qing's cultivation and strength. It was the original body of a divine bird. Could it be that this Du Xiaofu in front of him was stronger than little Qing? But regardless of the strength of the young man in the purple robe, his words made Zhou Yu admire him. Not everyone could have this kind of responsibility. Rumble! As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the mountains began to tremble again. Electric arcs shrouded the sky, and an ancient aura was released. It soared into the sky and spread out a vast qi. It has been continuous. The divine thunder mansion must be coming out soon. The clouds moved in all directions. In the air, the young men and women from the various clans all looked at the mountains in front of them. But this time, the movement did not last for too long. It disappeared again and calmed down. Roar! As the commotion subsided, a shocking beast roar came from another part of the sky. Chapter 1098. Roar! Many ferocious birds and beasts flew through the air. There was a ferocious Cheongqi that looked like a cow and sounded like a dog. There was also a horse-like Ba that looked like a horse with a white body and a black tail. It had a horn and tiger teeth and claws. It ate tigers and leopards and fought gods. There was also a divine bird that looked like a black bird with 3 heads and 6 tails. It was called the Swan Enai. The ferocious beasts roared like thunder. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. 20 to 30 young men and women sat on these strange birds and beasts. They had an extraordinary aura and came proudly. They could look down on their peers. When these young men and women arrived, they looked at the extraordinary young men and women from the other clans who had already arrived. Their gazes flickered and then stopped at the peaks in front of the mottled square. It's them! On the mottled square, when the last group of young men and women arrived, Du Xiaofu's gaze and aura suddenly trembled. He could even recognize a few familiar figures. How could Du Xiaofu not recognize the people from this clan? It was his mother's clan, the clan that wanted to kill him. The weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei, the venerable Goldenrock, and Zhen Qingchen also discovered something at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly. The 3 of them had fought with an elder from that clan in the Stone City. It's them. Du Xiaoyao's small monkey body landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder from Du Xiaoqing's back. Its pale golden eyes focused. it also felt the aura of that clan. It had also participated in the battle in the Stone City. Third young master, those bastards are here. Little Tiger's figure also landed from the sky. Its black robe fluttered, and a fierce aura surged out of its pitch-black eyes. Sima Muhan, who was beside Zhou Yu and Du Xiaofu in the square, felt the changes in the qi of Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoyao. Therefore, she revealed a puzzled look. Do you have a dispute with them? Sima Muhan asked Du Xiaofu with a frown. It's not a dispute. It's the enmity of the branch family, the hatred of bullying me. Du Xiaofu spoke. His expression darkened as he stared at the people in midair. His clear eyes flashed with coldness. Brother Hanming, we've found Du Xiaofu. The one in purple is Du Xiaofu. In the air, among the last group of young men and women, a young man in luxurious clothes spoke to the leading young man in battle clothes. His voice was trembling, and there was a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Back then, this young man in luxurious clothes had been to Stone City. In the end, under the protection of Elder Qinqiang, he was able to escape with his life. He knew how terrifying and cruel Du Xiaofu was. He's really similar to Xiaojing. An elder has ordered that if we see this boy and can't bring him back, we can't let him live. The young man in battle clothes was extraordinary. Under his slanted and handsome eyebrows, a pair of slender and sharp black eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu in the square below. His thin lips were pursed, and his angular face was filled with coldness. Du Xiaofu, come out and die. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in battle clothes jumped off a ferocious bird and took a few steps in the air. He was tall and slender, but he didn't look boorish. His battle clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked cold and aloof, exuding a domineering aura. Who is that mysterious man? He seems to be Du Xiaofu's enemy. In Thunder Rolling Mountain, many people's expressions changed. How many terrifying existences has that guy provoked? In the crowd, Jiu Zhongling, Zhu Shui, Jiang Rolin, Wu Ming, Xiangling, Shui Ruhan, and the others all changed their expressions. They felt the young man in battle clothes was powerful and terrifying. He was definitely a terrifying existence. He's a complete martial venerable. Do you want me to help you? Sima Muhan frowned slightly, but she didn't take it to heart. They provoked me first. I'll settle it myself. Du Xiaofu shook his head, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He had killed Dragon 9, who was at the peak of the complete martial venerable realm. He was not afraid of the young man in battle clothes. He was lucky that the young man didn't cause trouble for him. He didn't expect that clan to want to kill him at any time. You seem to be injured. Sima Muhan was worried. She could see that Du Xiaofu was still injured. She wasn't sure if Du Xiaofu could deal with the young man in battle clothes. She knew how powerful those guys were. It's enough to deal with them. Du Xiaofu nodded. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky. He glanced at the young man in battle clothes and the 20 to 30 people behind him. He didn't say anything and just stood quietly in the sky. At that moment, Du Xiaofu wished that his sister, Xiaojing, was among them. At least he could see her. Du Xiaofu, you killed Han Yu. You must pay with your life. Han Ming shouted as he looked at the silent Du Xiaofu. His complete martial, venerable aura surged and sealed the sky to prevent Du Xiaofu from escaping. You're just a complete martial venerable. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death. Below the mottled square, Xin Ling looked up and cast a disdainful look at Han Ming and the others. Young master, kill that guy. He's too noisy. Dong Li Diao shouted. He didn't care. He felt that Han Ming's aura wasn't as strong as Dragon 9's. He wasn't worried about Du Xiaofu at all. Let's bet. How many moves will it take for the young master to kill that reckless kid? I bet 3 moves. Within 3 moves, the young master will be able to kill that kid. 1 move. I'll bet 1 move. It's enough for the young master to kill that kid. In the 7-star hall, Tao Yu, Wuma Sheng, Yu Bai and the others were betting loudly. They didn't care about Han Ming and the others at all. Even the countless gazes from the surrounding thunder-rolling mountain revealed an indifferent expression. No one was worried for Du Xiaofu. There were even many gazes that were looking at Han Ming pitifully. That guy came from one of those big forces. He's just a complete martial venerable, and he dares to be so arrogant. Does he think that there's no one in Kyushu who can stop him? An extraordinary young man's eyes were cold as he clenched his fist. If that arrogant guy knows that Dragon 9 was killed by Du Xiaofu, he'll be trembling in fear. A burly young man looked up angrily. Du Xiaofu, kill that guy. Arrogant guy. Du Xiaofu, we support you. Destroy that arrogant guy and let him know the true strength of our Kyushu. Then many young men and women on Thunder Mountain shouted. Their voices gathered and soared into the sky, resounding through the clouds. At this moment, all of the extraordinary young men and women within the thunder-rolling mountain were filled with pride, seeing the young men and women from the big families looking down on them with arrogant expressions. They were unhappy. At this moment, they naturally thought that Du Xiaofu was part of Kyushu's lineup. They hoped that Du Xiaofu would teach the arrogant young man a lesson. At this moment, the young men and women of the 9 great families in the sky were puzzled. To them, these young men and women from the outside world seemed a little strange. They could clearly feel that their auras were inferior to theirs, but at this moment, they were not afraid at all. These people from the outside world don't know that there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. They think that they are invincible just because they have some talent. They are frogs at the bottom of a well. A young man on a strange beast in the sky said. Although many of his peers on Thunder Mountain were not weak and had extraordinary temperaments, he did not take them seriously. He even felt disdain and contempt. They will know the difference in a while. A beautiful woman sitting on a strange beast said. She also did not take the young men of the outside world seriously. Compared to them, they naturally felt that they were on the same side as Han Ming and the others. I heard that not long ago many of their family members were heavily injured in the outside world. Some of the younger generation were defeated by a young man from the outside world. Could it be that he is that Du Xiaofu? On top of a strange beast, a woman whose body was suffused with the radiance of stars said. She had once unintentionally heard the elders of her clan talking about some matters. Zhou Yu was in the square. He raised his head slightly and looked around. At this moment, the cheers for Du Xiaofu resounded through the sky. His eyes moved slightly, and then he smiled indifferently. Zhou, you could see that the brother Du Xiaoqing often mentioned seemed to be very popular among his peers in the outside world. This proved that he was naturally extraordinary. Otherwise, there would not be such a high level of support. However, these peers in the outside world probably did not know that there were some existences in this world that were far stronger than they imagined. No matter how extraordinary Du Xiaofu was, he was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage in a while. Far in the sky, Huang Ling was standing on the void chariot. She looked at the distant sky and smiled without saying a word. Overconfident, ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. Hearing the cheers around him, Han Ming's battle robe fluttered. He looked down at Thunder Rolling Mountain with a cold look in his eyes. The cheers around him made him feel uncomfortable. In a while, he would definitely let these ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well know that there was always someone better in this world. No matter how strong the people in the outside world were, how could they compare to them? A frog at the bottom of a well is a frog at the bottom of a well. The Kyushu is so big that it is the sky, not the well. Hearing Han Ming's words, Du Xiaofu finally spoke. It was unknown whether his voice was intentional or not, but it contained Xian Qi and resounded throughout Thunder Rolling Mountain. Du Xiaofu's words were light, but they were also sharp. He mocked Han Ming for being a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 1099. That's right, we still don't know who's the frog at the bottom of the well. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Many young men and women around Thunder Rolling Mountain immediately raised their arms and cheered. This kid really knows how to attract hatred and gather people's hearts. 9 Lives Venerable G.M.O. looked at the sky and smiled indifferently, full of praise. He turned to Weapon Sovereign and said, "Old Four, your disciple is really not bad. This disciple delivered himself to my doorstep and was picked up by me for free." Weapon Sovereign smiled inwardly with a hint of bitterness. He was not worried about his disciple at this moment, but for his disciple's future. After all, those young men and women were backed by a huge monster. Picked up for free, why can't I? 9 Lives Venerable GMO was speechless and could only roll his eyes at Weapon Sovereign. What he did not know was that Weapon Sovereign had really picked up this disciple for free. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Hearing the increasingly noisy mocking laughter from all around, Han Ming's face turned even colder. These frogs of the forbidden area were too ignorant. Before you die, would you mind telling me which of the 9 great clans you belong to? Which clan do you belong to? When the time is right, I'll come knocking on your door. Mang Hao looked at Yang Qi and said, Buddha, Tao, Confucian, Nong Mo, Yin, Yang Ming, Fa, and reigning? Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, his voice resounding through the clouds. Although he knew that his mother's clan belonged to one of the 9 great clans and knew their origins, he did not know which of the 9 clans they belonged to. You actually know our origins. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the young men and women riding strange birds and strange beasts in the sky were truly surprised. In the outside world, their origins had always been mysterious, and not many people knew about them. However, what really surprised them at this moment was that Du Xiaofu was not the only one who knew about their origins. After all, the origins of the 9 great clans were not absolutely unknown to the outside world. Some of the experts in the big mountain sects in the outside world naturally knew about them. What truly shocked them now was that Du Xiaofu clearly knew their origins, yet he was still so domineering and fearless. This truly shocked them. Brat, no matter what kind of relationship you have with Xiaojing, no matter how much ability you have, you are just an ant, a lowly ant. Today, I will let you die in peace. At this moment, Han Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. However, the gaze in his eyes became calm. He took to the air and began to walk towards Du Xiaofu. His body was filled with runes, and he released an ancient aura. It was vigorous and surging, and it oppressed the sky for no reason. The pressure from the pure ancient aura made the people on Thunder Rolling Mountain below feel that it was not inferior to Dragon Nines. Han Ming walked until he was less than 10 feet away from Du Xiaofu. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a hint of mockery. There was also a kind of indifference, as if he was looking down at Du Xiaofu from above. He said, Remember, you will die at the hands of legalism. Legalism, I will remember. Du Xiaofu seriously nodded his head, replying in an indifferent manner. Soon after, he looked at Han Ming with some interest and softly said, I have always had some doubts. I wonder if you can answer them for me. Han Ming crossed the void, and the ancient aura and runes on his body fluctuated. At this moment, he looked like a son of God, and the smile on his face became even calmer. However, at that moment, everyone could sense that under Han Ming's calm expression, there was a chilling and murderous aura that surged into the heavens. He said indifferently, You are destined to die today. Since you saved Xiaojing, I can help you answer the last question in your life. Then, thank you very much. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Ming indifferently and asked, I really want to know where your sense of superiority comes from. Back then, there was someone called Han Yu, who was as conceited and superior as you. In the end, he was killed by me. Do you think you will end up like him today? Bastard. Han Ming, who originally thought that Du Xiaofu really had a question to answer, immediately became furious when he heard this. In an instant, his aura surged and burst out. Boom! Terrifying runes intertwined like stars, dyeing the void around Han Ming into a dazzling color. The energy surged like a vast ocean, causing the void to fluctuate violently. It had to be said that Han Ming's strength was very strong, enough to surpass Kyushu's peers. Compared to Dragon 9, Han Ming was probably not too far off. Even Dragon 9 would definitely find it difficult to truly destroy him. So, someone from legalism was killed by his peers in the outside world. It was really that demon king, Du Xiaofu, the woman riding on the strange beast, who originally suspected that someone from legalism was killed by Du Xiaofu, looked surprised at this moment. After listening to Du Xiaofu's words, it really was Du Xiaofu's doing, which made her no longer look down on him. It seems that Du Xiaofu has a deep relationship with legalism, a young man on a strange beast said softly with a strange look in his eyes. It is said that something happened to legalism more than 20 years ago, and it seems that it is definitely related to Du Xiaofu, a woman covered in starlight said. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. I've already said that when I meet your race, I'll kill one as I see one, and two as I see two. Du Xiaofu's expression slowly changed at this moment. His clear eyes suddenly emitted a golden light, and his aura instantly became domineering and intimidating. Golden runes spread out from his pale, golden body. In an instant, Du Xiaofu, who was calm just a moment ago, was like an overlord who could rule the world. Lowly ant, you're just a flea. You'll only be able to jump around today. If you weren't related to Xiaojing, you wouldn't even be qualified for me to kill you today. Han Ming said in a gloomy tone. His words were very conceited. He was the leader of the younger generation in his family, and was also very famous among his peers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one to lead the team to Tianhuang mainland this time. Therefore, Han Ming didn't take a brat from the outside world seriously, let alone take him seriously. Even though Han Yu had been killed back then, her cultivation was much weaker than the others. I'll let you attack first. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to attack. Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back, and his purple robes fluttered in the wind. However, everyone could feel that the Demon King's body was filled with killing intent and dominance at the same time. Although he looked calm and indifferent, his killing intent was far more intense than when he faced Dragon 9 the day before. At this moment, only a few people knew that Du Xiaofu's heart was burning with anger, and he needed to vent his anger when he thought of his mother and sister before he could find his drunkard father. The timely appearance of this person from legalism made Du Xiaofu want to vent his anger, and he wanted to kill someone. Then rest in peace, brat. Your existence will only bring shame to us. Today you'll be eliminated. Han Ming didn't say anything else. At this moment, he knew that he could only kill to establish his power and remove a stain on his family's reputation. Swish! He took a step across the sky. For someone with the cultivation of a perfected martial honor like Han Ming, the distance of 100 feet was covered in an instant. Bang! Like an afterimage, Han Ming appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. He didn't use his hands, but his feet. He lifted his foot and stomped down on Du Xiaofu's head. The kick became sparkling and translucent in a split second. It was resplendent and dazzling, and the energy that erupted was like a pillar falling from the heavens, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying energy, accompanied by the runes, was like a stormy sea. Han Ming's foot landed. How arrogant, despotic, and condescending was he! Han Ming wanted to crush Du Xiaofu with one stomp. This was his conceit, and it was like stomping an ant to death. Not only did he want to kill Du Xiaofu, but he also wanted to establish his power and let this person from Kyushu know the difference between them. Legalism's heaven-trampling steps. It's said that its power cannot be underestimated. In ancient times, there were legalism powerhouses who relied on the heaven-trampling steps to crush the heavens. Those who are not the most talented people in legalism cannot cultivate it. In the square, Zhou Yu raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze was slightly moved. You're just a perfected, martial, honorable. You want to be arrogant in front of the third young master? You're just courting death. The little tiger's black robe fluttered, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Han Ming's foot had already landed. That terrifying aura seemed to crush the void and crazily crush Du Xiaofu. The legalism young men and women sneered, waiting for Du Xiaofu to be crushed under Han Ming's foot like an ant. In stark contrast, countless pairs of eyes were on Thunder Rolling Mountain. None of them were worried about Du Xiaofu. Instead, they were praying for Han Ming. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu finally made his move. Boom! Just as the foot was about to land on Du Xiaofu's head, Du Xiaofu abruptly raised his head at a 45-degree angle. A strange talisman rune suddenly spread out from his eyes, as if there were 1,000 rays of light shooting out. The mysterious runes overlapped with each other and instantly enveloped Han Ming's body like a curtain of light. At this moment, for some reason, Han Ming's cold eyes suddenly became sluggish. Wang! Wind and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu, who was standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly had 1,000 rays of golden light in his eyes. Behind him, an azure gold light also shone brightly, and the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Just as Han Ming was a little sluggish, an incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's tall and straight body. It was like a peerless, ferocious divine bird spreading its wings and sweeping across the sky. In just a short moment, Han Ming seemed to have a magical ability to regain his consciousness. In just a short moment, he recovered. Chapter 1100. Kyushu subdued. At this moment, the space around them trembled violently as a terrifying, domineering aura spread out. A golden sword light had already appeared above Han Ming's head. After the sword light appeared, the space immediately collapsed as a domineering and unstoppable sword intent spread out in all directions. That terrifying aura made people feel as if countless sword lights were entrenched in the heavens, causing everyone on Thunder Roll Mountain to be horrified. Sword intent. What a domineering sword intent. On Thunder Roll Mountain, there were already powerful swordsmen who could not help but cry out in alarm. That terrifying sword intent was so domineering that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was absolutely domineering. Han Ming's expression changed. His originally proud eyes were now filled with fear and shock. However, he was one step too late. When the sword fell, the sword intent swept out, making Han Ming feel as if he was a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Only the few absolutely terrifying geniuses of the same generation in his family could make Han Ming feel this way. However, Du Xiaofu also made him feel the same way. This feeling was accompanied by a kind of destruction that could not be dispelled. At this moment, Han Ming realized that the person he had always regarded as an ant had reached such a terrifying level of strength. He was a frog in a well looking at the sky. He was the well, but the other party was the sky. Slash! The sword fell, splitting the void as if a purple-gold thunderbolt had suddenly descended. Then, under the gaze of countless people, the arrogant and insufferably arrogant Han Ming had been split into two from the top of his head by the sword light. The protective armor that Han Ming had hurriedly put on was also destroyed. Finally, the runes on his body dimmed and turned into a bloody mist. An outstanding talent of the younger generation from the 9 great families, a perfect martial honorable, had been killed in one move, shocking everyone present. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Although some people had long known of Du Xiaofu's strength, it was not impossible for him to kill his opponent. However, at this moment, they saw the perfect, martial, honorable youth. In the outside world, even an ordinary, extraordinary martial honorable would find it difficult to deal with him. How shocking was that? He was killed in one move. Up in the sky, the younger generation of the other 8 great families couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Legalism at the peak of the martial venerable realm was killed in one move. This made everyone tremble in fear. That divine weapon is so powerful. On thunder rolling mountain, countless gazes landed on the purplish gold broadsword in Du Xiaofu's hand, which was hovering in midair. The purple gold broadsword had the bones of a phoenix and the appearance of a dragon. It was incomparably domineering, and the roars of dragons and tigers resounded through the sky, causing all beasts to tremble and souls to tremble. The young hall master is invincible. You've strengthened our 7-star hall. Dongli Diao, Tao Yu, Wu Ma Sheng, Lin Weiqi, Yu Bai, Zhang Mingyuan, and the others raised their arms and shouted after recovering from their astonishment. Their voices soared to the sky, echoing through the clouds. Uncle Master Du is invincible. He has strengthened our ancient heaven sect. In the 7-star hall, the younger generation was seething with excitement. It was a domineering young man in a purple robe. He had walked out of the ancient heaven sect and left behind a domineering legend along the way. In the legalism, the young men and women who were originally sneering and waiting for Han Ming to stomp their opponents to death like ants suddenly froze on their faces. It took them a long time to recover from their shock. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. He held the purple gold heavenly palace in his hand, and his eyes shone with golden light. His killing intent did not diminish. How domineering and disdainful! I've said it before. When I see you, I'll kill one if I see one. If I see two, I'll kill two. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. He was domineering and tyrannical. Du Xiaofu had already made his stance clear. He was going to start a massacre. He wanted to let that clan know that he was no longer a pushover. He was no longer someone who could be bullied. Kill! Du Xiaofu held his sword and shouted. His black hair danced wildly behind him, making him look like a demonic god. His golden eyes were sharp and frightening, and his aura surged. Not good. Du Xiaofu is going to start a massacre. Run, run, run quickly. There was no one who was not afraid of death. Han Ming was killed in one move, feeling the terrifying aura of Du Xiaofu's Demon King. The young men and women of the legalism were finally afraid. They immediately shouted in panic and fled in panic. When Han Yu was killed, many protectors were killed in the Stone City. Now that Han Ming was also killed in one move, they did not dare to stay. No one would think that Du Xiaofu would not dare to kill them. You want to leave? You're not enough. Du Xiaofu shouted. The golden wings on his back suddenly spread out. Golden light filled the sky, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Peng clan. He raised the purple gold heavenly palace in his hand, and a special rune light appeared in his eyes. This rune light was very similar to Du Xiaofu's mysterious soul pupil. They came from the same source and came from the same source. This strange light then shrouded the void and was all-pervasive. It enveloped all the young men and women of the legalism, as well as all the beasts and birds. At this moment, the entire square above the void seemed to be frozen on the spot. All the young men and women of the legalism, as well as the beasts and birds, immediately fell into a strange, sluggish state. Their primordial spirits were greatly affected. That's an illusion attack. The Demon King's understanding of the talisman Tao is also abnormal. There were some people with extraordinary eyesight around. They saw the method Du Xiaofu used at this moment. The power of his primordial spirit is too terrifying. Some extraordinary talisman masters present were moved and sighed. Kill! Du Xiaofu made his move. The purple gold heavenly palace erupted with sword radiance. The golden wings on his back shone brightly. The sword radiance was like a tide. The golden wings of the Peng opened and closed, like a sun exploding in the sky. Endless mysterious runes rushed into the sky. Rumble! In the void, there were countless explosions, and many screams and howls of agony could be heard. Quickly join forces to resist, quickly! A young man who was not much weaker than Han Ming woke up at the first moment. He shouted with a shocked gaze, waking everyone up to join forces to resist. Roar! Some beasts and birds woke up. As they roared, their terrifyingly huge bodies covered the sky like a mountain and erupted with a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. Rumble. Du Xiaofu did not stop. A perfect 8-star talisman formation was instantly set up, freezing the surrounding space within. The talisman formation outside was gorgeous. It occupied the sky and shook the heavens and the earth, causing the clouds in all directions to move. Heavens, to set up a perfect 8-star talisman formation with a wave of his hand. How strong is this Demon King's primordial spirit? Some experts of the talisman Dao were shocked. To set up a perfect 8-star talisman formation with a wave of his hand, not to mention the shocking level of understanding of talisman formations. The terrifying power of his primordial spirit was even more shocking. The dazzling and resplendent talisman formation was accompanied by the energy of the heavens and the earth, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. It was like an arc of light that covered the entire sky. Rumble. Within the talisman formation, a domineering and frightening aura spread out. Beasts roared and screamed continuously, as if the heavens and the earth were about to collapse. However, all of this did not last for long before everything calmed down. Then the talisman formation dissipated and the sky calmed down. Everyone watched as the second-last young man was directly turned into a bloody mist by Du Xiaofu's punch. The last young man was restrained in Du Xiaofu's hand like a chick. The 20 to 30 young men were all terrifying and arrogant people of the same generation. All of them had reached the level of martial revered. Every single one of those dozens of ferocious birds and beasts possessed ancient bloodlines. However, in this short period of time, everything disappeared. They were all killed by Du Xiaofu on the spot. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, his hair fluttering wildly. He held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, and the golden rock behind him emitted a golden light. His purple robe was stained with many bloodstains. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, causing the entire thunder-rolling mountain to seem like it had turned into winter. A chill spread from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Along the way, I have survived countless dangerous situations. I have tempered myself and wandered outside the gates of hell. In front of me, what right do you have to be arrogant? In front of me, where does your sense of superiority come from? Du Xiaofu stepped into the air and looked disdainfully at the sky. His voice rumbled as he said loudly, "I am from the Stone City's Du family, from the Central Continent, from Kyushu. Whoever dares to bully me, kill." After he shouted, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and clenched his fist. The legalism youth who was restrained by the seal exploded into a mist of blood as his pupils shrank in fear and scattered all over thunder-rolling mountain. Looking at the youth's body and spirit being destroyed, the young men and women of the 8 families and the beasts in the sky all trembled violently. At this moment, there was no longer disdain in their eyes, only deep shock. Some of them even had a trace of horror. The surroundings were silent. Only Du Xiaofu's voice echoed in thunder-rolling mountain. Demon King Du Xiaofu has strengthened the younger generation of Kyushu. Yu Zhengtongxian of the Cloud Continent's Heaven's Music Sect is willing to honor him as the leader of the 12 heroes. On the silent thunder-rolling mountain, a woman flew into the sky. Her face was delicate and beautiful, so refined that it didn't have the slightest trace of the mortal world. She wore a white pleated skirt and stood in the sky. She was quiet and elegant, like a lotus bud that had just emerged from the water, untainted by a speck of dust. Shang Continent's Sa Meng Sword Sect's Mu Jianqin is willing to honor Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 heroes. The younger generation of Kyushu cannot be humiliated. A man in his mid-20s walked out. His body was suffused with simple and elegant runes that were like mist. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his robe was embroidered with sword patterns. The younger generation of Kyushu cannot be bullied. Thunder Continent's Heaven's Thunder Fort's Muchinga is willing to honor Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 heroes. A thin and slender youth walked out. His body was rippling with lightning. He had shoulder-length brown hair and wheat-colored skin. His eyes were deep and full of spirit, as if there was lightning flickering in his pupils. Chapter 1101. Kyushu, Kyushu is the sky, not the well. Feng Wuxia of Yuezhou's Blizzard City. I wish to honor the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, as the leader of the 12 godly heroes. A purple-haired man stepped out. He was a man with an extremely beautiful face. His eyebrows were long like willows, and his body was like a jade tree. His long purple hair was draped behind his neck, enough to move the hearts of countless women. Kyushu, under the heavens, I have my own overlord among the younger generation. Wanzhou's 100 Flowers Gates Hua, ZMO. I wish to honor the Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 godly heroes. A woman wearing a lotus-colored gauze gown appeared in the air. Her long, light, red, curly hair draped over her vest and was gently tied up with a silver ribbon. There seemed to be a light mist around her. This woman was very beautiful. Her face was sparkling and translucent, and her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were full of charm as she looked at the Demon King from afar. Ripples appeared in her eyes. Who dares to look down on the younger generation of Kyushu? Ningzhou's Golden Spear Gates, Bailiwia. I wish to honor the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, as the leader of the 12 godly heroes. A man holding a golden spear appeared. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His distinct facial features were as handsome as a knife, and his entire person emitted a fierce aura. These voices reverberated through the silent rolling Thunder Mountain. At this moment, on rolling Thunder Mountain, countless young men and women of Kyushu heard these voices reverberating through the air, causing their blood to surge and boil. Demon King Du Xiaofu, strengthen our Kyushu. Boom! In a split second, the clouds all around rolling Thunder Mountain moved. Countless young people raised their arms and cheered, their eyes burning with passion. The sound waves converged and rushed into the clouds, surging through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the purple-robed man in the sky had completely subdued all of Kyushu's peers. The mysterious younger generation of the 9 great families were all arrogant and did not put Kyushu's peers in their eyes. They were full of disdain. Now that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had appeared, in the most domineering and simple way, he told those arrogant people, Kyushu, there was an overlord supreme god. Kyushu Lord, heaven, cannot be bullied. Full martial honorable. Dragon 9 was killed by brother's big brother. Dragon 9, he is nothing. Du said, Du Shaoin. Was. Du Shao said. Was Yunin. Duzes Yang ses. SSSS Lu uses as an editor. Little Qing, what did you say? Long Jiu was killed by your brother? When the shocked Zhou Yu heard Du Xiaoqing's words, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Du Xiaoqing and asked. He had also heard of the dragons, Dragon 9. Yesterday, Big Brother killed Dragon 9. Dragon bone soup, dragon meat barbecue. Kyushu will meet him. Du Xiaoqing nodded her head, her ethereal eyes calm and collected. So, Zhou Yu smiled bitterly. No wonder these Kyushu people were not worried about Du Xiaofu and did not put the legalism people in their eyes. It turned out that yesterday, Dragon 9 of the dragons had been killed. Since ancient times, who could make Kyushu's peers respect him? On the mottled plaza, honored Goldenrock's eyes rippled with a domineering golden light as he muttered, Our ancient heaven sect is fortunate. Elder Gu Qingyang did not speak, but his clear eyes were filled with tears. Fourth brother, the 7-star hall is going to prosper. On the plaza, GMO minister slightly turned his head and looked at Weapon Revered Xiahou Feng Lei with a serious expression. Weapon Revered did not speak either. His eyes were flickering like flames as the 3,000 vibrating lightning fluctuated. The entire Thunder Rolling Mountain was rumbling as the younger generation of the 8 great clans looked at each other. None of them dared to look down on him anymore. That purple-robed youth had used the most domineering and simple method to show them how strong their peers in the outside world were. No wonder he is called the Demon King. A woman on a mutated beast could not help but speak. One person had killed dozens of legalism people, not letting a single one escape. Not even their Yuan spirits managed to escape. This was the true Demon King. Above the void, Du Xiaofu stood in the air. The Golden Spear Sex Bailey Wuya, Heavenly Music Sex Yuzhang, Tong Xian, Frostwind City's Feng Wuxia, Heavenly Thunderfort's Mu Qinga, Saman Sword Sex Mu Jianqin, and the 100 Flower Sex Hua Zimo were clustered in 4 directions from afar. Demon King Du Xiaofu. In the distant sky, Huang Linger looked from afar with ripples in her eyes. Roar. Suddenly, a large number of beast roars came from outside Thunder Rolling Mountain. The earth and mountains shook faintly as dark clouds covered the sky. Beast tide. It seems like a beast tide is coming. Someone turned around and immediately discovered that it was a terrifying beast tide that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. They were all terrifying, savage beasts of the Tianhuang continent. Roar! Roar! Immediately after, from the surroundings of Thunder Rolling Mountain, a terrifying beast tide came from 2 different directions as if there was an agreement. The shocking beast roars shook the sky and earth and resounded throughout Thunder Rolling Mountain. On Thunder Rolling Mountain, everyone was on high alert. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. During this period of time on Tianhuang mainland, countless people had died in the mouths of these savage beasts, resulting in countless casualties. Everyone stand aside. This has nothing to do with you. People of the ancient Fist sect, get out here and die. The loud roar was like thunder. When the voice fell, a large group of figures had already crossed over to Thunder Rolling Mountain. There were a total of 100 people, and their auras were monstrous and powerful. They were the ferocious auras of the beast race. In the lead was a skinny but vigorous middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. He was wearing a tight-fitting long robe with a patterned cape. His eyes were as deep as the sea. Behind the skinny middle-aged man was an old man in his 50s. His golden hair fell to his shoulders, and he wore a loose yellow robe. His eyes shone with a chilling light, and his aura was absolutely terrifying. Behind the yellow-robed old man was a young man in his late 20s. He wore a yellow battle robe, had a muscular body, and exuded a powerful and ferocious aura. Behind the 3 of them were hundreds of ferocious auras. Many of them were beast sovereigns, and the rest were beast emperors. It's the desolate sky leopard, Jin Gu and Jin Lin. In midair, Du Xiaofu retracted his golden great pong wings, and the purple-golden celestial palace was absorbed into the celestial palace. He was surprised to see the 3 people in front. They were the desolate sky leopard, Jin Gu, and Jin Lin from the desolate cliff. They seemed to have broken through and stepped into the beast region. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on the desolate heaven leopard, his gaze suddenly trembled. He could immediately sense that the desolate heaven leopard's aura had changed drastically from before. It seemed that the desolate sky leopard had definitely stepped into the beast region. Boom! Following the arrival of the desolate sky leopard and the others, 2 more groups of beasts descended from the sky. There were more than 100 of them each. Their terrifying auras weren't inferior to any of the major factions. In fact, they might even surpass them. The appearance of these 2 groups of beasts, the desolate sky leopard and the others, faced off against each other from afar. The 3 terrifying groups of beasts stopped outside Thunder Roll Mountain. Their roars were like thunder, blotting out the sky and causing everyone to tremble in fear. Fat Buddha, Reverend, and Astral Fist, Reverend's expressions suddenly turned very unsightly. These beasts seemed to have made their stance clear. They were going to target the ancient Fist sect. They seemed to be the 3 titans of Tianhuang continent. They control all the beasts on Tianhuang continent. They're extremely terrifying. Rumor has it that these beasts are protected by experts on Tianhuang continent. Top experts aren't allowed to attack them. Otherwise, they'll meet a tragic end. Some of the experts immediately recognize the origins of these beast race experts, and some of them even revealed some secrets that ordinary people wouldn't know. Father, Father, Uncle Huang, Father. In the mottled square, Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock flew over happily when they saw the desolate sky leopard. They're the beasts of Tianhuang continent. The Demon King and Du Xiaofu seem to be related to them too. A sharp-eyed person in the crowd immediately noticed that the Demon King and Du Xiaofu were also related to those beasts. They seemed to have improved a lot. Looking at Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock, the desolate sky leopard could immediately sense that Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock had benefited a lot from their training. He then asked the two of them, "Where are the people from the ancient fist sect who attacked you?" The curve of Lan Huan's eyes under the armor was so obvious that they were on the verge of popping out, exuding a healthy and wild aura. Her gaze swept across Thunder Rolling Mountain and finally landed on Lord Pang Tuo. "Father, it's them." Lord Pang Tuo's face turned extremely solemn. He had seen Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock before, so he naturally knew what had happened. However, he didn't know that the beasts were the daughter and godson of the desolate sky leopard, one of the three titans of Tianhuang continent. "It's all a misunderstanding." Lord Pang Tuo looked worried. Now that all the extraordinary young people of the ancient fist sect were here, the consequences would be unimaginable if they started fighting with these beasts. What made Lord Pang Tuo and Lord Pang Tuo even more worried was that the other forces standing with them didn't want to be involved with the ancient fist sect, so they immediately retreated far away. The desolate sky leopard was thin, but he couldn't control his anger. He waved his hand and shouted, "How dare you touch my daughter and godson? What misunderstanding? Kill them." "Yes, Commander. Kill them." Hundreds of beasts rushed out from behind the desolate sky leopard and pounced on the hundreds of people from the ancient fist sect. "Sister Blue Fantasy, I'll avenge you." Chapter 1102. Little Sister Blue Fantasy, I'll avenge you. Jean Lin was in high spirits, releasing the aura of a mysterious sovereign beast. He had already broken through, and his aura was extremely powerful. "Attack with all your might." Fat Buddha shouted. He wanted to die. Who would have thought that the people he wanted to touch were the daughter and son of one of the three giants? "Attack with all your might." Set up the formation. Talisman Masters, set up the formation. The Astral Fist Venerable shouted as he rushed out to meet the enemy. Humph! Jean Lin's figure rushed down to block the Astral Fist Venerable. "Desolate, heavenly leopard, why don't we both take a step back? Why don't we both take a step back?" A voice came from the void. Suddenly, a brown-haired old man with a gloomy expression appeared. The aura of a martial domain realm cultivator froze the void. "Retreat your ass. You dared to touch my daughter and son. Do you think I'm easy to deal with?" The desolate heavenly leopard was not moved at all. He stomped his foot, causing the space to ripple violently. Fierce and bright runes burst out. Energy soared into the sky, solidifying the void, and pounced on the brown-haired old man. This desolate heavenly leopard is too powerful. Everyone was stunned. The desolate heavenly leopard of the beast race was really domineering. He attacked without any explanation. Du Xiaofu floated in the air, looking at the people of the ancient fist sect who were fighting with the desolate heavenly cliff. Yesterday, the people of the ancient fist sect had attacked him and killed him. "Master, martial uncle, grandmaster, I want to—" Du Xiaofu spoke, making a decision in his heart. "You are the young master of the 7-star hull. You make all the decisions." Weapon Venerable and 9 Lives Venerable nodded at Du Xiaofu at the same time. "You are the junior brother of the ancient heaven, sect master. You have the right to make the decisions. Your master and I are here to support you. You have the final say. Venerable Goldenrock also spoke with a faint smile on his face. Venerable Goldenrock's words were very clear. He knew what Du Xiaofu wanted to do. Everything was up to Du Xiaofu. However, this also meant that Du Xiaofu was not only the young hall master of the Seven-Star Hall, but also the junior brother of the Ancient Heaven Sect's sect master. His relationship with the Ancient Heaven Sect would not be ordinary in the future. Du Xiaofu nodded, then looked at the Seven-Star Hall and the Ancient Sky Sect's formation and said, Seven-Star Hall's Ancient Sky Sect disciples, assist the Desolate Precipices Beast Tribe to annihilate the Ancient Fist Sect. As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure flashed like lightning, and he immediately pounced over. Every dog has its day. Yesterday's situation had been reversed. How could Du Xiaofu miss this opportunity to beat a drowning dog? Kill. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Dongli Diao, Tao Yu, Jiangling, Yin Siruofeng, and the other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall and the Ancient Sky Sect, as well as Elder Husang Kuan and Elder Chui Fu, all rushed out and pounced. I'm also a disciple of the Ancient Sky Sect. When Sima Muhan saw Du Xiaofu charging out, she was naturally unwilling to be left behind. Her graceful figure flashed across the sky, and she attacked without hesitation. Roar! The little tiger roared, transformed into its original form, and joined the battle. Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao did not stay idle, and they followed. Especially Du Xiaoyao. The Taoist treasures that fell in the battle were great supplements for it. In every battle, Du Xiaoyao could fish in troubled waters and obtain a lot of treasures, which made Du Xiaofu envious every time. Kill. Tan Xing, who had been hiding in the crowd, finally came out. He was afraid that if he did not come out now, the Demon King would flip out on him. At this moment, the brown-haired martial domain realm elder in the sky was fighting with the desolate heavenly leopard. Honorable Equipment, Honorable Nine Lives, and Zhen Qingchun did not join in. After all, the martial domain realm from the Ancient Fist Sect did not appear yesterday. If they joined in now, some things might change. Kill. In the fierce battle, Du Xiaofu roared loudly. His attacks were overbearing and fierce, and wherever he went, the disciples of the Ancient Fist Sect would turn into a bloody mist. Du Xiaofu did not show any mercy when he attacked. His killing intent was monstrous, and he beat up the defeated. If anyone provokes the Demon King, the consequences will be dire. Some people gasped. Most of their gazes did not fall on the battle between the desolate heavenly leopard and the martial domain realm expert of the Ancient Fist Sect. Instead, they were shocked by Du Xiaofu. It could be said that all of this had something to do with the Demon King. Du Xiaofu's ability to kick a man when he's down and beat him when he's down was also displayed vividly and decisively. The pitiful disciples of the Ancient Fist Sect immediately screamed. Under the siege of the Seven-Star Hall, the Ancient Heaven Sect, and the beast race experts from the desolate Heaven Cliff, the disciples of the Ancient Fist Sect did not even have much strength to resist. It was a living tragedy. Bastard, the Ancient Fist Sect will not let go of today's grudge. The brown-haired, martial domain realm elder in the sky shouted like thunder, and it shook the eardrums of the people on Thunder Rolling Mountain. Then a terrifying light exploded from the void and solidified the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside Du Xiaofu, who was fighting and had frozen the void. They were Zhen Qingchun, Weapon Supremacy Xiahou Fenglei, and 9 Lives Supremacy GMO. When the 3 of them appeared, the pressure in the surrounding void dissipated. The 3 of them protected Du Xiaofu, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall and the Ancient Heaven Sect. You will pay back 10 times the price in the future. The brown-haired elder's voice spread, and then in the solidified void, Fatty Supremacy, Astral Fist Supremacy, Lian Wushang, who was severely injured yesterday, and less than half of the remaining disciples of the ancient fist sect disappeared into thin air. Weapon Supremacy's eyes moved, and he looked surprised. He said calmly, "I did not expect that guy from the ancient fist sect to have such a remarkable ability. The ancient fist sect has escaped this calamity. Many of them have died, and they are severely injured. Now, they can't even fight for the divine Thunder Manor anymore. They have tasted the consequences of their own actions," Jamo said to Weapon Supremacy with a smile. "Bastard, he actually ran away." In the sky, the desolate heaven leopard cursed. It was still angry. "Good kill." In the sky, the drunk man on the towering tree raised his wine bottle and took a big gulp of strong liquor. "Uncle, he really is a demon king." The woman beside him softly said with a smile in her eyes, "I was most afraid that everything that happened to him would cause him to be unable to recover, and that it would leave a mark in his heart. But now I can be completely at ease. I no longer have any restraints, and I no longer have to worry. Even if this is a disaster and not a blessing for me, my son will continue to do what I want to do." An item suddenly appeared in the drunk man's hand. It was emitting a type of lightning. He said softly, "Since we are all here for the divine Thunder Manor, let's completely open it." As soon as he finished speaking, the drunk man instantly crushed the lightning item in his hand. Under his messy hair, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. As the drunken man crushed the lightning object in his hand, lightning instantly shot out from the broken mountain peak in front of the mottled square, and light shot into the sky. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky. Kaboom! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The broken mountain peaks changed abruptly, as if a peerless beast was awakening. Countless lightning bolts shot out, and in a short period of time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds gathered and covered the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Above the mottled plaza, the ground cracked. Endless lightning bolts shot out, and lightning bolts shot out in all directions. Space rippled in front of them, and an unfamiliar space slowly appeared. "It's here. The divine Thunder Manor is finally open." On Thunder Rolling Mountain, all the experts narrowed their eyes, and their bodies began to tremble. Chapter 1103. The unfamiliar space was vast and boundless. It was an unfamiliar land with mountain ranges and lakes. Everything inside was like a parallel world with endless space. Jinlei Tensei was indeed one of the top experts in the world. He sealed such a large space as his mansion. His methods are incredible. Some experts exclaimed. The sealed space was incomparably large and was not much smaller than the entire Tianhuang mainland. The Divine Thunder Mansion has really opened. You guys go in and look for opportunities later. Be careful. An elder of the sect said to the disciples and reminded them to be careful. Anyone who obtains a little bit of what Jinlei Tensei left behind will become the most dazzling existence in the world. An elder of the sect said to the disciples, hoping that they could obtain what Jinlei Tensei left behind. Even if it was just a little bit, it would be a great opportunity. Jinlei Tensei was the most dazzling existence in the world. He had once shocked the entire world. Even the top experts in the world could not do anything to him. In an instant, the huge space appeared in front of them, and the entire Thunder Rolling Mountain was in chaos. Everyone's aura surged and flashed with runes as they waited to rush into the divine Thunder Mansion. They wanted to be the first to obtain the supreme opportunity. In the sky, the young men and women of the 8 great families, as well as Huang Ling, and the others, were also standing quietly, waiting for the divine Thunder Mansion to open completely. It's finally opening. This is another opportunity. In the Great Wheel sect, Dongli Chihuang looked at the sky in front of him. His eyes were dazzling. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze swept across the purple-robed young man in the air, and the expression in his eyes became much colder. Everything that had happened on Thunder Rolling Mountain in the past 2 days was something that Dongli Chihuang did not want to see. Divine Thunder Mansion. In the profound talisman sex formation, a cold light flashed in Chen Yan's eyes. Rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire thunder-rolling mountain cracked, and the ground was as wide as a ravine. It was extremely shocking. The terrifying space in front of them completely appeared. Light flashed and lightning flashed. Runes were densely packed and emitted waves of thunder. Its aura was so ancient that it seemed like it had returned to ancient times. In front of the space, there was a huge space that was hundreds of feet wide, like a huge door. Looking through the huge door, one could see that in the vast space ahead, there was an ancient building. The ancient talisman, the divine thunder-rolling mountain of thunder-rolling mountain. The mysterious runes, it was as if it came from ancient times. The divine thunder mansion. The divine thunder mansion, divine thunder. Seeing the building appear in the distance, everyone in the thunder-rumbling mountain range could no longer hold back. They all erupted with rune aura and rushed in. The experts of the mountain sects and rogue cultivators were not willing to fall behind. Their bodies glowed as they stepped on the void. They also wanted to fight for the inheritance left behind by Jinlei Tensei. Even if it was just a little bit of benefit, what Jinlei Tensei left behind would definitely be an earth-shattering divine ability. It would be enough for them to dominate Kyushu in the future. The disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Seven-Star Hall were not willing to fall behind. They were already at the front and wanted to rush in. Wait! Du Xiaofu shouted and stopped the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Seven-Star Hall who wanted to rush in. Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein in the open space in front of him felt an abnormal aura fluctuation. The aura fluctuation contained a destructive aura. Rumble. Sure enough, after the first batch of 2,000 to 3,000 people rushed into the space, dazzling lightning suddenly descended from the entrance of the space. Destruction was coming. Bang, bang, bang. Among the thousands of people who were fighting to be the first, over 1,000 of them did not even have the time to cry out before their souls were extinguished. They did not even know how they died. There was not a single trace left behind, as if the 1,000 people had never appeared in the first place. One should know that among the thousands of people who were killed in an instant, there were several perfect martial honorables from the mountain sections. There were even a few Nirvana martial honorables. With their peak cultivation, they were all overlords. However, the experts of the mountain sects could not even withstand a single blow from the entrance. They did not even have the power to resist. The strange thing was that out of the 2,000 to 3,000 people, half of them rushed in unharmed. Those who rushed in unharmed were the young men and women of the younger generation. There were also some middle-aged men and women who were not very old. The divine Thunder Mansion. As expected, only the younger generation can enter. I'm afraid those who are over 60 years old will be killed by the prohibition if they want to enter. In the void, the Honorable Weapon's eyes were filled with shock. He muttered softly, "Such a huge arm and divine ability. Jinlei Tensei lives up to his name. He was a terrifying existence that once shocked the world. Only the younger generation can enter to fight for opportunities." As the thousands of experts' souls were destroyed, the surrounding people only paused for a moment. Then the elders of the mountain sects revealed the secret. The younger generation immediately rushed in crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Among the crowd, there were a few elders who looked to be in their 50s. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos. In fact, they had already been cultivating for half a year. However, as soon as they got close, they were mercilessly killed. They did not even manage to escape. Why would the Jinlei Tensei allow a group of people with no potential to enter the mansion to obtain the inheritance? In midair, a young man from the 8 clans spoke. Their mounts were also young beasts. Then, their mounts roared like thunder and rushed into the entrance. "Xiaofu, be careful!" The Honorable Weapon raised his head and reminded Du Xiaofu. He also hoped that his disciple would be able to obtain benefits from the Jinlei Tensei. After all, he was a terrifying expert. Little brother Xiaofu, I'll leave Huan, and Scarlet Rock to you. The Desolate Heaven leopard also reminded Du Xiaofu. He handed Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock to Du Xiaofu. Let's go. Du Xiaofu nodded to the Desolate Heaven leopard. Then he signaled to Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Blue Fantasy, and Scarlet Rock that there was no danger ahead. He also stepped through space. Wait for me, Sima Muhan shouted. Profound energy surged from the soles of her feet, and she immediately chased after Du Xiaofu. Humph! Seeing Blue Fantasy leave with Du Xiaofu, Jinlin's eyes flashed with a cold light. He waved his hand slightly, and many of the younger beasts behind him also flew into the distance. By now, quite a few people had already entered. It was a vast space filled with arcs of lightning. What a large space! It's like a small world. Rushing into the space, they saw a dense crowd of figures ahead. The youths from the 8 great families and the exotic beasts were already rushing forward. Sima Muhan's purple eyes were filled with emotion. Originally, outside the entrance, the ancient buildings seemed very close. Only when they entered did they realize that the buildings seemed to be at the end of the road. They were still far away from them. In the surrounding mountains, there were many broken walls and ruins that flickered faintly. Outside the entrance, the crowd was still frantically rushing in. There were even beasts rushing in. They all wanted to be the first to obtain a great opportunity. They didn't want others to beat them to it. I can sense treasures. There are countless spiritual medicines here, as well as countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Du Xiaoyao said as he stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. He squinted his pale golden eyes. Searching for treasures was a heaven-defying talent that he was born with. Let's go. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately let out a light shout and flew into the sky. Charge! Outside the entrance of the Divine Thunder Mansion, the crowd was still rushing in. The entrance wasn't small, but it couldn't hold so many people crazily rushing in. Amid the eruption of auras, some people were affected and fell from the sky. There were also people who began to clear the people in their way and force their way in. Chapter 1104. Those who block me will die. A terrifying, ferocious bird flapped its wings. Everywhere it passed, people would be torn apart as it rushed into the entrance. Dongli Chihuang passed through the crowd with the Great Wheel Sect's disciples behind him. No one dared to block his path when he unleashed his talisman. Zhu, Shui, Guoming, and the profound talisman Sect's disciples had already arrived at the entrance. Qin Yan looked at the buildings in the distance with a fervent gaze. He also wanted to obtain the great fortuitous encounter of Jinlei Tensei. Above Kyushu, the outstanding younger generation of the various peak factions had already rushed into the entrance. Bailey Wuya, Yujing Tongxian, Mu Qinga, Feng Wuxia, Mu Jianqin, and the others were all among them. Die! A ferocious beast was blasted apart and turned into a bloody mist. A youth walked out of the bloody mist. His eyes, which contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, did not contain any impurities. They were clear, yet bottomless, as he stared at the vast buildings in front. This youth's skin was as translucent as jade. His long hair hung on his shoulders, giving off a faint glow. He had a slender figure. As he stood there, he looked indescribably otherworldly, like a celestial being. No one in the surroundings dared to block him. Not far away, there was a youth in snow-white clothes. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like gurgling spring water. His temperament was as gentle as the wind. There was a bloody mist in front of him with many corpses lying on the ground, filled with demonic qi. This young man was very handsome. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, his figure was straight, and the corners of his rosy lips were slightly curled up, making his temperament even more unrestrained. He murmured that item should be in the Divine Thunder Mansion. That is the zither demon, Shangguan Qi Xian. Don't provoke him. He is ferocious. He is not much inferior to Du Xiaofu. Many people in the surroundings looked at this youth in snow-white clothes and avoided him. A woman quietly appeared in the air. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and there was a hint of pink in her snow-white skin. It seemed like water could be wrung out of her skin. A few attendants followed behind her. All of them were beautiful young girls. There should be some good stuff in the divine Thunder Manor. The woman's eyes were like water and seemed to be able to see through everything. The corners of her dress fluttered, making her seem like an otherworldly fairy. The corners of her mouth curled up into a wisp of a smile that was ethereal and gorgeous like fireworks. Not far away in the void, Jiang Ruolin, Ninefold Spirit, Nameless, and the others all appeared in the sky. After pausing for a moment, they all rushed forward. Outside the thunder-rolling mountain, there was a towering mountain peak. The space around it was distorted for no reason. There were dozens of figures standing on the mountain peak. One of them was a yellow-robed old man whose eyes were filled with lightning. He was the enlightening old man from the devil religion. The dozens of people around him were all wearing hats and robes, making them look mysterious. Emissary, this Du Xiaofu is growing stronger and stronger. Why didn't we make a move earlier? The enlightening old man asked a figure wrapped in lightning in front of him. He didn't know why, but there was a real fear in his heart toward Du Xiaofu. Every time they met, the kid's strength would increase by a lot. If this continued, sooner or later, he would reach a terrifying level. There are people from the ancient heaven sect hiding in the dark. Xiahou Feng Lei, GMO Mingqian, and the Saint Array prodigy are also there. We can't touch that kid now. The lightning figure flashed with lightning and said, Lord Moksha has already entered. When the time comes, he will naturally deal with that kid. The inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei is also something that must be fought for. The people of the 9 great clans are here, and the people of the Phoenix clan are also here. I'm afraid it will be a fierce battle. Lord Moksha, do you dare to doubt Lord Moksha? Amidst the fluctuations of the lightning shot out, causing the enlightening old man to shut his mouth and tremble for no reason. None of the younger generation above Kyushu knew that Lord Moksha would make a move. Otherwise, Lord Moksha would have already made a move. Only the juniors of the great clans in the divine Thunder Manor are worthy of Lord Moksha making a move. However, even if the strongest juniors of those great clans came, Lord Moksha would not feel much pressure. Lord Moksha is naturally extraordinary. The enlightening old man nodded embarrassedly and asked, Emissary, what about Xiahou Feng Lei? He is also at the front. Xiahou Feng Lei has already stepped into the 9-star realm. Currently, GMO Mingqian and the Saint Array prodigy are also present, so they cannot make a move. However, they will not be able to jump around for long. Once the other experts of the sect are done with their tasks, none of them will be able to escape. The lightning figure looked at the enlightening old man and said in a stern voice, You better pray that Lord Mo Sha will be able to successfully retrieve the silver, sifting soul-devouring lightning. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. The enlightening old man was shocked when he heard the words. He naturally knew the rules of the sect. Charge! The crowd was still rushing towards the entrance of the divine Thunder Manor. The young beasts of the beast race were crazily fighting each other. Bang, bang, bang. With a low muffled sound, someone made a move. It was a drunk, middle-aged man with messy hair. He looked like a drunkard, but with every move he made, lightning flickered, and he killed several middle-aged men. Who are you? How dare you attack the Heaven Saber sect? On one side, the last peak martial, revered martial artist, was protecting the hundreds of young disciples behind him. His eyes were filled with shock. He did not know why the drunkard had suddenly appeared and attacked them. He had killed them swiftly and cleanly. I just want to remind you that my son's father is still alive, the drunkard said softly. The drunk, middle-aged man softly opened his mouth. When his voice sounded, his body had already appeared in front of the perfect peak Marshal Zune in an incomparably ghost-like manner. A lightning palm gently landed on the top of his head. Bang! The lightning exploded and wreaked havoc. The middle-aged man did not know what was going on and was killed in a daze. He died with his eyes wide open. After killing the peak Marshal Honorable middle-aged man, the drunkard left. He did not attack the young disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. He did not even look at them. The young disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were dumbfounded. They could not recover from the shock for a long time. Many people took deep breaths. They had no idea where this drunkard came from, but his strength was so terrifying. The fact that he could enter the Divine Thunder residence was enough to prove that he was not old. The precious medicine, Golden Soul Herb, is enough to refine pills of the perfect honorable grade and above. Below a withered cliff, a rich golden glow lingered. Du Xiaofu plucked a stalk of spiritual herb that was emitting a golden glow. Not bad at all. Du Xiaoyao was not far away. She was stuffing a piece of black rock into her mouth. Crunching sounds could be heard as she chewed. That's 10,000 years lightning iron, a material that can be used to refine weapons. Du Xiaoyao, you're such a wastrel. Du Xiaofu felt his heart ache. The rock that Du Xiaoyao was eating was definitely a treasure. I found a spiritual herb too. Not far away, Du Xiaoqing also plucked a spiritual herb. It was rich with energy, and she immediately stuffed it into her mouth. Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, Star-Swallowing Star, and Little Tiger were not willing to be left behind. They stuffed the spiritual herbs they found into their mouths first. Wastrels, a bunch of wastrels. Du Xiaofu was heartbroken. He immediately stored the spiritual herbs around him into his Qinquan bag. Whoosh, whoosh, many figures landed on the top of the withered cliff. They were the young disciples who had entered the Divine Thunder residence. It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Let's go, don't provoke him. Someone realized that it was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Since he was already here, he did not dare to fight for the treasure. He immediately nodded and smiled apologetically. He then left in a hurry. Chapter 1105. After collecting many spiritual herbs at the bottom of the cliff, Du Xiaofu, Tan Xing, Little Tiger, Blue Fantasy, and the others left. After entering the space of the Divine Thunder Mansion, Du Xiaofu did not bring Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others through. There was a fight for opportunities here. Protecting them might not be the best arrangement. Rumble. Low explosions constantly resounded in this space. A broken wall stretched across a valley. There were runes and lightning faintly spreading, as if a treasure had appeared. However, at this moment, the valley was filled with blood and corpses. Everyone wanted to rush in. Snatch it! Roar! The beasts roared and hissed. Their battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The treasure made all the living beings go into a frenzy. Evil creature, how dare you touch the disciples of Camel Mountain? A middle-aged man shouted. He wielded a large hammer in his hand and smashed it towards a huge scaled beast. The terrifying aura caused huge waves to appear in the sky. The middle-aged man was a Nirvana martial saint. His aura was terrifying. Every swing of his hammer could cause runes to surge into the sky. So what if I kill you? The scaled beast spoke in human language and shouted loudly. Its scales were erected and filled with runes. Its ferocious aura surged. The man and beast fought fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Charge! Finally, someone rushed into the broken wall at the bottom of the valley. Behind him, a large group of people rushed in one after another. They wanted to obtain opportunities from the broken wall that was filled with multicolored light. Rumble! Suddenly, just as someone stepped into the broken wall, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the valley. Lightning intertwined and thunder suddenly descended. The group of people just rushed in and turned into smoke. They were all shattered into pieces by the thunder. The middle-aged man and the scaled beast that were fighting did not escape the sudden attack. They were directly destroyed in the valley. That was close. Luckily, we didn't go in. Tun Xing looked at the broken wall in front of him. After the attack, it had been razed to the ground. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. Luckily, he was stopped by the palace master and did not rush in. Du Xiaofu stared ahead. Killing and calamity were everywhere. For the sake of seizing good fortune and obtaining benefits, blood flowed like rivers. This time, it was unknown how many lives would be lost in the divine Thunder Manor, and how many peerless geniuses would fall. The divine artifact. Who dares to fight? Kill. In the distant sky, a Xiaofu Xiaofu. The rune's light, Xiaofu 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 Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu. However, that lightning rod was enough to reach the level of an arcane artifact. It caused quite a few talented young men and women to fight over it. They did not give up easily. Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu Xiaofu. The lightning rod continued to be fought over. Intense fighting broke out, and blood flowed like a river. It was unknown who would obtain it in the end. Du Xiaofu did not interfere. He and Du Xiaoyao continued their journey, heading towards the distant buildings. Du Xiaofu was also very careful along the way. There was killing intent everywhere, so he did not dare to be careless. Du Xiaoyao was also there. She was simply attracting hatred along the way as she searched for treasures. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu was famous for his ferocity. Along the way, even if someone saw them searching for treasures, no one dared to fight for them. Instead, they were afraid that Du Xiaofu would attack them. Thus, they avoided him as soon as they saw him. You don't deserve to own this treasure. Go ahead and die. On a desolate mountain, there are surging electric arcs. A young man and woman from the 8 great families were riding on strange beasts to seize a precious treasure. It was an antique jade bowl filled with runes. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the mouth of the bowl as if it contained a sea of lightning. It was an absolute treasure. The surrounding young men were angry but did not dare to say anything. Those people were too strong. Many of them left behind corpses. They could only leave resentfully. Boom! In front of a cliff, the ground cracked and a huge mountain gushed out. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding creatures to tremble. That's the demonic stone bull, a terrifying demonic beast. I'm afraid it's at the Nirvana realm of the revered beast realm. When the enormous mountain peak appeared, someone cried out in alarm. It turned out that the huge mountain was actually a terrifying demonic stone bull. It was a demonic beast with an extremely high bloodline. It was extremely rare and was almost the strongest bloodline in the demonic stone bull clan. This spirit transforming fruit is mine. The demonic stone bull roared. Its body was like a rock as runes fluctuated. Its eyes emitted an ominous light. There was a triangular head on its head, with the middle corner being the sharpest. It was rumored that the middle corner of the demonic stone bull had innate demonic runes that could pierce through everything. Evil beast! With a light shout, a figure descended from the sky. It was not afraid of the demonic stone bull at all. Puny human, you're courting death. The demonic stone bull was furious. Its entire body glowed and released demonic energy. Its huge body rushed forward as if it wanted to crush the void. It directly collided with the figure that was rushing over. However, the figure did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He was not afraid of the demonic stone bull at all. From afar, he slapped out at the demonic stone bull. Boom! Suddenly, in front of the figure's palm, rune energy along with the energy of heaven and earth surged, causing the void to boil. It directly collided with the mountain-like body of the demonic stone bull. However, the demonic stone bull's huge body was sent flying. Uffed! The huge demonic stone bull fell violently below the cliff. It spat out mouthfuls of bull blood as if it could not withstand a single blow. In front of the cliff, A spirit transforming fruit fell into the hands of the figure. It was an extremely handsome young man. His face seemed to have been carefully sculpted. His lips were the color of cherry blossoms, and the corners of his lips were quite perfect. It was as if he always had a smile on his face. However, the smile on the young man's face contained a hint of playfulness and a hint of naughtiness. However, this smile on his face was frighteningly beautiful. It was dangerous and evil at the same time. The two sides of his face created a complicated temperament. After the young man took the spirit-transforming fruit, he was about to leave. Suddenly, an indifferent voice called out, "Hand over the spirit-transforming fruit, and I'll let you go." Roar. As the voice sounded out, the roar of a beast was like thunder. It roared in the sky as 20 to 30 people riding strange beasts flew over. They were one of the people from the 8 great families. The one who had just spoken was an extraordinary and arrogant young man. He was extraordinary and had an extraordinary demeanor. The handsome young man looked at the group of young men and women. He maintained the smile on his face as he softly muttered, "Are you from the school of vertical and horizontal? Hand over the spirit-transforming fruit." Seeing that the other party did not reply, the leading young man slightly raised his eyes and his gaze became sharper. "If you can defeat me, I'll give you the spirit-transforming fruit," the handsome young man said softly as he stood in the sky. His expression did not change. "If you want to be tortured, I'll fulfill your wish," the leading young man from the school of vertical and horizontal shouted as he stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant his body shot out. The ancient aura was extremely majestic. He did not hold back his cultivation of the complete martial honorable realm as he directly pounced towards the handsome young man. "I wonder how much of the school of vertical and horizontal's techniques you have learned." The handsome young man attacked. His body was like lightning as he immediately exchanged blows with the leading young man from the school of vertical and horizontal. As the two of them exchanged blows, they instantly used all sorts of unimaginable superpowers. The cliff collapsed and the huge rocks turned into dust. Many of the living creatures in the surroundings quickly moved away. Chapter 1106. The young man from the school of vertical and horizontal had wanted to trample the handsome young man in one move, but after exchanging blows, he realized that the handsome young man was unfathomable. No matter what kind of divine ability he used, the young man could easily break through it. Rumble. As the two of them fought, the runes around the cliff surged. It was as if the space there was about to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged no less than 30 moves like afterimages. With such mediocre strength, I've had enough fun. Looks like the school of vertical and horizontal has forgotten the pain after all these years. Do you really think that there's no one above Kyushu that can deal with you? The handsome young man's voice rang out. He no longer had the heart to continue fighting. Light began to shine in front of him, and suddenly, dazzling runes were emitted. The void suddenly trembled as a terrifying aura erupted. The palm of the handsome young man suddenly became crystal clear and then turned into a jade seal. The jade seal seemed to have pierced through space and landed on the fist of the dragon-headed young man from the school of vertical and horizontal at a strange speed. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and the space there seemed to have been split open. The surging runes made it, so that no living being dared to approach. Pucci! The young man from the school of vertical and horizontal was sent flying by the violent force, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The handsome young man did not say anything else. He turned around and left. Who's that young man? He's so strong. He looks like he's on par with the Demon King and Du Xiaofu. Why isn't he famous among the 12 heroes? There are quite a few experts of the younger generation. They aren't too ostentatious. If there's no one worthy of them making a move, they naturally wouldn't make a move easily. That's why they are so unknown. However, we can't rule out the fact that there are heaven-defying existences among them. The surrounding onlookers who didn't dare to get close were shocked. After a while, gasps of surprise could be heard. The handsome young man's strength was too tyrannical. Even the strongest person from the big families was no match for him. What kind of shocking strength was that? Another abnormal genius had appeared out of nowhere. In the entire space of the divine Thunder Manor, countless spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures had been produced over the countless years. There were also treasures left behind by the Jinlei Tensei, which caused endless battles. Blood flowed like a river, and countless geniuses died. In this kind of battle, everyone was tempted by the treasures, and their progress was slower. The buildings in the middle of the divine Thunder Manor seemed like it was just a short distance away, but they still hadn't reached it after a few days. The Jinlei Tensei thought with a glance, the Jinlei Tenseis and horizontals of vertical and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and the sky. On a mountain peak, Du Xiaofu looked around. In these few days he had obtained countless spiritual herbs and treasures, but he had also seen too many bloody battles. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and miserable cries could be heard. The strong survive and progress, while the weak become stepping stones and fish meat. This is a fact that can't be changed. Tan Xing was much more indifferent without any pity. All of this was normal for him. The strong are kings, while the weak are fish meat. This is a natural law. Du Xiaofu nodded, without any pity in his clear eyes. Since he had walked out of the stone city until now, Du Xiaofu had understood these principles since he was young. However, looking at the bloody battles in all directions, Du Xiaofu seemed to be deep in thought, as if he had sensed something. Du Xiaofu and the others continued their journey. In this space, there were many broken walls and ruins. There were ancient traces which showed that they had recorded a period of time countless years ago. In this space, everyone was still fighting and no one was willing to let go of any treasures. Jinlei Tensei was too strong. He was an existence that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Obtaining any of his treasures was enough to dominate the world. Therefore, no one was willing to give up any opportunity. The entire Kyushu, the 8 great families, the demon domain, and all the peak younger generation had gathered together to fight for treasures. How fierce was this? Of course, no one stopped to fight for treasures along the way. Their final destination was still the vast building complex. What is this place? I can feel treasures. I thought there would be a lot of heavenly treasures. Why are there only a few Dao tools? There was an extremely hidden canyon that was vast and crisscrossed. In the depths of one of the valleys, there was a modeled ancient palace that was not large. It was covered in dust and was filled with the marks left behind by time. Du Xiaoyao chewed on a Dao artifact and stuttered as he spoke. He picked up an old praying mat in the central hall and looked at it carefully. After confirming that it was not a treasure, he threw it to the side. Let's go. Although this place is not ordinary, it is not strange either. There are a few high-grade Dao tools here. Du Xiaofu looked at the modeled palace, as if he felt something. It was extremely illusory, but after carefully looking and confirming that there was nothing, he said to the others. Then the group jumped out of the palace, intending to leave this hidden valley. Be careful! Suddenly, just as his figure flew out of the hall and stepped into the air, Du Xiaofu suddenly let out a soft shout, and his clear eyes suddenly surged with a golden light. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Scarlet Rock, Du Xiaoqing, Blue Fantasy, Star-Devouring Beast, and Little Tiger immediately became alert. They immediately gathered around Du Xiaofu. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, your soul is not weak. Looks like the silver net, soul-devouring thunder, is on you. After the faint voice, a handsome young man slowly descended from the sky. His face seemed to be carved carefully, and the smile on his lips contained a hint of playfulness and a hint of naughtiness. Hearing that, Du Xiaofu's expression immediately changed. He looked at the handsome young man and asked, "State your name?" "My name is Moksha. I come from the devil religion." You have the right to fight me. The handsome young man spoke. The curve of his lips was rather perfect, as if he was smiling at all times. This smile was both dangerous and evil, causing the presence on his body to become very complicated. Du Xiaoyao, star devouring beast, you two go first. We'll meet up at the end. Du Xiaofu stared closely at the person who called himself Moksha as he spoke to Du Xiaoyao and star devouring beast. All right. Du Xiaoyao did not say anything else. She seemed to sense something as well, so she immediately gestured to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, and the others before leaving. Moksha continued to smile as he watched Du Xiaoyao and the others leave. He did not stop them at all. His gaze remained on Du Xiaofu as he smiled. Phew! Sensing that Du Xiaoyao and the others had left, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. He could sense that the young man named Moksha was very powerful. At the very least, he was not weaker than Dragon 9. He had a dangerous presence, but he was far stronger than Dragon 9. That was why he asked Du Xiaoyao and the others to leave, so that he could fight with all his might. He had encountered someone from the devil religion, and this person had come for him. Du Xiaofu was very clear that a great battle was unavoidable. You should be able to fight with peace of mind now. And Moksha looked at Du Xiaofu, as calm as the wind and clouds. Not bad, we can fight now. Du Xiaofu did not say much. In this situation, there was no need for words. The golden light in his eyes became more and more intense. In an instant, the golden light shone brightly. His figure turned into a flash of golden light, and he immediately attacked. Following Du Xiaofu's attack, the surrounding golden light boiled. With the help of the beast energy, a scarlet cloud dragon burst out with green and red light as if it was alive. It swept towards Moksha. Chapter 1107. You are indeed not weak. You are much stronger than the people sent by the other families. And Moksha withdrew the smile that was always there, and on his handsome face his expression suddenly became more severe. Runes flashed all over his body, and the mysterious runes on the runes flickered. His aura was frightening, and he also activated his beast energy. An enormous phantom of a strange beast fiercely pounced out, clashing with the phantom of the profound cloud, Scarlet Dragon. Du Xiaofu attacked again. His eyes glowed with starlight, and he activated the star profound. It was as if a star was about to fall. Under that terrifying pressure, everyone's soul trembled, and they almost knelt down. Towards the terrifying star profound, it was a kind of innate reverence. It originated from the soul, origin spirit, and bloodline, and they wanted to kneel down. But Moksha was not afraid. Divine light spread out from his body, turning into a divine ring to resist. Grass of immortality. Dark insight grass. Du Xiaofu was fierce. He activated the grass of immortality and dark insight grass at the same time. The golden-winged rock behind him expanded, and then he continued to attack fiercely. Rock chaos shattering claw. Sky-shaking wings. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Tyrannical fist. Xiaoyang seal. Terrifying attacks swept out, and the pressure descended, raising a large part of the canyon to the ground. This terrifying power attracted countless people to watch from afar. Moksha's body was covered in an ancient armor, and there was a faint demonic aura spreading out. Lightning flashed, and dazzling runes spread out from his body, forming a solidified void around him. A terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens. Moksha was like a demon lord descending to the mortal world. At this moment, a demon king and a demon lord were fighting fiercely, and it made people's souls tremble as they watched from afar. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had crossed a distance of 300,000 meters. The onlookers did not dare to get close, but there were still some unlucky people who were affected. The unluckiest ones even had their bodies ripped apart and turned into a bloody mist. Only their souls managed to escape. Who is that mysterious youth? He can actually fight on par with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The spectators, who were attracted from all directions, were shocked. There was actually someone who could fight against the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. This was too inconceivable. There was actually someone in the same generation who could contend against the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. As expected, you're not weak. You're even stronger than I imagined. In the chaotic space, runes flew out and the space exploded. Moksha soared through the air, his hair fluttering behind him. He exuded an indescribable sense of danger and devilish evilness. At this moment, Moksha was like a true devil lord. He walked towards Du Xiaofu step by step, his aura distorting the surrounding void. You are only at the Nirvana realm of the martial honored realm. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Moksha from the devil religion was only at the Nirvana realm of the martial honorable realm. However, his terrifying strength was even stronger than Dragon 9. How terrifying was this person's strength? You should be proud to be able to make me use my full strength. Moksha roared. At the same time, with him as the center, dazzling runes exploded. It was as if the stars in the galaxy were falling. It was dazzling, and it was as if meteorites were colliding with Du Xiaofu. At this moment, wherever Moksha passed by, the terrifying energy swept out in all directions and charged towards Du Xiaofu. It imprisoned a large part of the void, as if it could stop time and space. Many of the spectators were imprisoned within it, maintaining a dull posture. Every one of them was filled with fear. The golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back spread out, shattering the frozen void. He transformed into the golden light Demon King and charged towards Moksha. The surrounding void was restored. The dazed crowd was instantly terrified. They retreated rapidly with their hair standing on end. Deep fear surged from the depths of everyone's primordial spirits. Their primordial spirits were trembling. Rumble. Moksha and Du Xiaofu collided. A large part of the void exploded, and there were space ripples that turned into fragments. At this moment, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Instead, they were fighting with their physical strength. Everyone knew that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had a terrifying physical body. However, what was shocking was that Moksha's physical body was also so abnormal. It was actually not inferior to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The battle went on for a few hours. Du Xiaofu and Moksha were exhausted. The two of them seemed to have some kind of extremely mysterious tacit understanding. They actually did not activate their pulse, spirit, and martial vein. Thump! Thump! Du Xiaofu's figure was wrapped in golden light and was knocked back. His body was covered in wounds, and his breath was in disorder. Moksha was stronger than Du Xiaofu had imagined. He was definitely the strongest opponent that Du Xiaofu had encountered since his debut. They were both at the martial, revered Nirvana realm. But Du Xiaofu was actually helpless against him. Thump! Thump! Moksha, who was wrapped in armor, was also knocked back. There were cracks on the armor on his body, and his breath was weak. He looked at Du Xiaofu, and his eyes were emitting lightning radiance. The two of them stood facing each other and emitted a terrifying aura. One was the Demon King, and the other was the Demon King. Two demons across the sky. I'll leave the silver net soul devouring lightning with you for a few more days. When the inheritance ends here, it will be the time for the real battle between you and me. As Moksha's voice sounded, his figure turned around and flew away. He did not intend to continue the battle. No one noticed that after Moksha turned around, the armor on his chest cracked again. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the injury caused by Du Xiaofu's tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu did not stop him. At the moment when Moksha left, he let out a groan from his throat. A mouthful of pale golden blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. However, he swallowed the blood in his mouth, and his face became paler. After that, Du Xiaofu did not stay. He turned around and left. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Nanyan have all left. Is it a draw? The onlookers from afar exclaimed. The too terrifying Demon King had actually left. After a while, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on a mountain peak. His aura was restrained. In the battle with Moksha just now, there was no clear winner. Both of them were considered to have suffered great losses. Devil religion. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with radiance. Moksha was very strong. They were both Nirvana realm revered martial artists, but both of them suffered great losses. Although he did not activate the arterial spirit, nor did he use the thunder martial vein or the purple gold heavenly palace, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that Moksha definitely still had some tricks up his sleeve. Moksha's martial vein and pulse were definitely not simple. If both of them were to continue the battle, they would really have to go all out. In a battle of life and death, someone would definitely die in the battle. However, the person who won in the end would definitely be extremely miserable. At that time, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He would also lose the opportunity to completely fight for the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. This person is too strong. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Strictly speaking, Moksha was definitely the number one opponent of his generation in his life. Even Dragon 9 was far from being his opponent. After consuming the elixir and taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu did not stay for long. He did not spend much time adjusting his breathing and continued his journey. This was because the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei was likely to be in the vast building in front of him. Du Xiaofu did not have much time to waste. Moreover, the little tiger, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were probably waiting for him in front. Roar. This space was currently in chaos. Treasures were appearing everywhere. Spiritual herbs were growing everywhere. There were endless battles everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. A large number of experts from the Beast clan filled the sky. The ferocious beasts leaped across the mountains and forests. They were extremely terrifying. They were also fighting for various treasures and opportunities. Whenever a spiritual herb was discovered or a treasure of heaven and earth was dug out, there would be waves of human cultivators flocking over. In the end, there would be a bloody battle to fight for it. Chapter 1108. On the way to the vast building, Du Xiaofu appeared in a treasure-fighting battlefield. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes glowed with golden light. His aura was domineering. Many young men and women, as well as some middle-aged men who were fighting for treasures, showed fear in their eyes when they saw the demon king, Du Xiaofu. They started to retreat. Dragon 9 and the people from the 9 great tribes dared to kill the demon king, so they did not dare to provoke him. Thunder's spirit, snow mushroom, this is it. Du Xiaofu picked a stalk of Ganoderma that was covered with lightning in a cave. The rich energy could be felt from thousands of feet away. Multicolored light soared into the sky as if lightning was flashing and thunder was rumbling. Thunder's spirit, snow mushroom, was a rare treasure medicine. It could be used as an ingredient to refine origin, venerable grade, and above pills. Priceless was not enough to describe its value. Roar! After obtaining such a treasure medicine, Du Xiaofu was also smiling. Just as he was about to swallow it, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. The roars of beasts were endless. Hundreds of beasts rushed past the onlookers. They were many young men and women of the beast tribe. Some of them even transformed into their original forms. From the looks of it, these beasts had formed a huge alliance, forming an absolutely terrifying force. Thunder Spirit, Snow Mushroom, was also a treasure to the beast tribe. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the Thunder Spirit, Snow Mushroom in Du Xiaofu's hand. Their eyes were all burning red. Du Xiaofu, you and the young man have both been injured in the battle. I'm afraid you're at the end of your rope now. Give the Thunder Spirit, Snow Mushroom to us, and we won't make things difficult for you. A giant white wolf looked at Du Xiaofu and shouted. It was the leader. It was at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He was considered a middle-aged man in the beast tribe. He was the absolute king of the wolf tribe, the soul-devouring snow wolf. Do you think that I'm at your mercy now? Du Xiaofu let out a hollow laugh as he swallowed the lightning spirit snow mushroom and said in a calm tone, "Come at me if you want to die." He's definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. He wants to consume the thunder spirit snow Ganoderma to recover, but he's pretending to be strong. He just consumed the thunder spirit snow Ganoderma, and the medicinal effects are still in his body. Swallowing this Du Xiaofu is equivalent to obtaining the thunder spirit snow Ganoderma. This person's body is also a treasure, and he even has dragon bones. The soul-devouring snow wolf roared. Greed was its nature. It was certain that Du Xiaofu had no choice but to directly consume the lightning spirit snow Zoisha. They couldn't resist that pressure at all. Roar! Tigers roared, dragons roared, turtles cried, and sparrows cried. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, an azure gold light filled the sky. At the same time, everyone saw the sky shatter, and a sword light wrapped in golden runes ruthlessly slashed at the soul-devouring snow wolf. Under this sword, the soul-devouring snow wolf's head was directly chopped off. Kill! Du Xiaofu slaughtered in all directions. Every time the sword light swept out, a huge demonic beast would be decapitated. It was simply unmatched. Many huge demonic beasts fell like meteorites. They heavily smashed into the ground, and huge craters were formed in the ground. Rumble! Du Xiaofu's killing intent had been ignited. The gigantic demonic beasts fell to the ground one after another, and the impact caused the ground to crack open in all directions, extending all the way to the distance. In the end, only a few of the hundreds of demonic beasts managed to escape with serious injuries. The rest were all killed by Du Xiaofu. It was shocking, and as usual it made people tremble in fear. All the mystic bones, beast blood, and the most important treasures of the demonic beasts were slowly collected by Du Xiaofu. There were many onlookers around, and their eyes were red. However, no one dared to come forward to snatch it. They were all scared by Du Xiaofu. In this space, the elders of their sects were unable to protect them. After collecting everything and obtaining a huge harvest, Du Xiaofu then left. He flew towards the huge building, and it seemed that it wasn't far ahead. Along the way, Du Xiaofu saw too much blood in battles. These young, extraordinary people of the Kyushu and the Demon Domain were all involved in a huge battle in order to fight for the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. Countless people of the younger generation were peerless talents in the outside world. However, some of them died without even a sound. Finally, more and more people came from all directions. A large crowd of people was heading towards the huge building in the center. The huge, continuous building was about to appear in front of them. This place is sealed. The higher you fly, the greater the pressure. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure. If you are not at the Nirvana Martial Emperor realm, it will be difficult to enter. Someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Just outside the vast building complex, the surrounding sky had been completely sealed, and the void was full of restrictions and seals. The closer everyone got, the more they felt as if they were sinking into a swamp. Their speed was greatly reduced, and the pressure was greatly increased. Moving one's body took hundreds of times more effort than usual. What a powerful restriction! It's been so long, but it's still so magical. As expected of the mansion of Jinlei Tensei, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked around. The void was filled with strange electric arcs. At this moment, the younger generation of the top forces had also arrived. Du Xiaofu searched around in the crowd and finally sensed Du Xiaoyao's aura. "Are you okay? Where's that person?" Just as Du Xiaofu was about to look for Du Xiaoyao had already appeared in front of him. Behind her were Tun Xing, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, and Blue Fantasy. "That person is very strong. I can't do anything to him," Du Xiaofu said. Looking around, many familiar figures appeared. Ninefold Spirit, Jiang Rolin, John Doe, and the others were in front. Bailey Wia, Yuzhen Tongxian, and the others were also in front. The ones in the front were none other than the young men and women of the 8 great clans who were riding strange birds and beasts. Huang Ling Not far away, Du Xiaofu saw the carriage again. Huang Ling Er's graceful figure appeared in the crowd. Her body was rippling with colorful light, and her graceful figure was faintly discernible.